Okay. Are we here? Are we good? Okay. Okay. That's some quick drawing there, Fearless. Some quick drawing. I, however, was not ready, so I don't currently have that set up. Okay. First! Okay. Boosh. How are you doing, friends? Lizzie Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. How are you doing, you lovely mother hubbins? Ah, okay. See, Phyllis, with some peeps, even when you have it open live, it doesn't immediately kick in with the sounds. So I know with myself, if I just leave the tab open, even when the person goes live, it doesn't auto-refresh. Sorry, Wolfgrad as well, and Lizzie Fearless. Watto, and welcome! I have another coffee pouring. We have a just downright beautiful game to play today. PVS, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. I mentioned this a couple of times last week, but something that Beadora had pointed out, was that I've been very much straying into the dark. Been playing a lot of horror, been playing a lot of, like, meaty type games, and I...
Reactor online. Sensors
hey!
online. All systems nominal.
Even 70. That's a lot of months.
See, it is a lot of months.
That's a lot of months.
Honestly, as I've said, anything beyond 24, my brain just stops being able to process it into a sensible amount of time. Like, 69 months, isn't it funny? It's the sex number. But 70, that's a big round fucking number. Thank you for being here for this whole ass fucking journey, and I hope you're doing splendid. Watto and welcome. Actually, PVS, there hasn't been another Plastic Duck update, but you saw that they're doing an Inscription type deck building game next, right? Like, it could be so good. Oh yeah. Sorry, Fearless was saying on Sunday they played Still Wakes the Deep and Thank Goodness You're Here. Absolute mood whiplash, and I believe that both of those games cover almost every single fucking accent in the UK. Oh. And Swan Dragon, what turn welcome? Oh, well then allow me to be your lunch break entertainment. Don't know why I'm suddenly from Yorkshire, don't worry about it. And Dustin, what turn welcome? Oh yeah, I guess it is. Sorry, my math is super off. But yeah, so friends, today we are playing a cute and wholesome puzzle game. Why? Because I've definitely been straying onto kind of the darker side of things. I haven't been covering as much indie stuff as I should, and definitely not as much cute stuff. And, I don't know, Paper Trail, the game we're going to be playing today, is a really simple concept done really well. And, I don't know, I think that's something that we can spend some time with today. I think it'll make for a good background banter, and, yeah. I think it's going to be a good one. It was basically, today's choices was between this and the Moomin game, but I didn't know how much reading I'd have to do with the Moomins. But I will say, having survived the fucking plague, as all of you have, throughout 2020 and onwards, I don't find Moomins creepy anymore. They used to unsettle me, and now I've seen enough horrors. The Moomins don't even register on the you make me uncomfortable-ometer. And yeah, if this game ends up either we breeze through it too quickly or it doesn't quite have the oomph that we want, we can finish off Thank Goodness You're Here. But that's my plan for today, friends. I feel I've been more than a little prickly this morning, so I'm glad we're going into something cute and adorable. Yeah, as Catastrophe, that's what I was watching the trailers for it, and I couldn't tell if it was voiced or not. Which makes sense, you know? Just because, you know, the Moomin books is peak kind of parents reading to kids type, you know. Goodness. Sorry, I don't have a cleverer way of phrasing that. So yeah. How are you doing, you lovely mother hubbins? I should probably apologise to I believe it's Hunter in Discord, just because I keep butting heads with the whole save video games movement, and I am once again reminded that the amount of energy required to refute nonsense is much greater than the energy required to create it. You know, Lizzie, you're right. I did say sorry in the Discord. It's just, they kind of got a full salvo of my disdain. I know. This is not a new opinion about the world. It's just, it is very frustrating sometimes that the people that have the largest audiences when it comes to discussions about video games don't actually know what the fuck they're talking about. And I would not trade you lot for their audiences. Like, the idea of having to manage thousands of people every moment. Nah, I'm good. I would much prefer to have an actual sit-down chat with all of you lot. You know what I mean? But it's just exhausting. It's just exhausting. Catastros, I need to spend some time with Ghostwire Tokyo, because there's some weirdness to it that I don't think has really been discussed. It was kind of, it came out and everyone was like, oh, this feels like a Bethesda game that didn't get enough time in the oven, and then never spoke about it again. J-Bo says, I don't know what I'm talking about either. Yeah. And Swan, you were at the Ren Fair as well. Well, feckin' yo. Everybody who had heat resistance was at the Ren Fair this weekend. Like, Fiona was down there, Sage was down there, I was not. Just walking the dogs by myself was kicking my ass. Night Vale and Watto, and welcome. I am doing, you know? Now that I'm sitting here with all of you lot, I'm brilliant. But everything outside of stream has been very, very intense, especially the last couple of days.
Stop that incessant clicking.
So, and J-Post, thank you for gifting Night Vale and the sub. That's really fucking cool of you. Like, the hunters of House Carl have become kind of like, almost like the shadow benefactors. Because, oh boy. I'm seriously considering getting a Twitch Nitro subscription just so I don't have to deal with the fucking adverts. Anyway, Dice Goddess, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. How goes it? Come on in, friends. Come on in. And to a very doubtful guest, Watto and welcome. Hello. Judica Fortis, greetings. And Nick, Watto and welcome. You got a new apartment. Yes. Congratulations. I should probably talk to you lot about what I should do in terms of Longship moving forward, as I've been very stressing on that recently. Thankfully, it's not super time critical right now, but in the next like few weeks, I've really got to start making like a proper plan. Oh, hey, very doubtful. I'm super happy to hear that. I am determined to facilitate a lovely day for everybody as best I can. The game I've got today is called Paper Trail. It is a gorgeous puzzle game. It is absolutely indie as fuck. And the premise of it is that you have this beautiful hand-drawn world that you fold the corners like paper.
This is why a
Yay!
Tokyo game does great things by taking modern issues and fuses them with how old ghosts tend to be portrayed in Japanese folklore, to amazing effect. On top of piles of other folklore. So
Fuck yeah. I know, Catastros, thank you for fucking 500 bits. And I'm so glad. Like, Tokyo Ghostwire might be something that has really deserved a kind of like, we giving it a good breakdown.
Stop that incessant clicking.
No! And J-Post, that's really fucking cool of you, thank you. Making it easier for peeps to hang out here. No, there was something really fresh about Ghostwire Tokyo, and when it released, it felt like it kind of got clipped. Like, had it been given another year, it would have been stupendous. And Angelos, Watto, and welcome. How is the Danger Noodle? Have you named it? Angelos got a new snake, and it looks fucking cute as shit. Thank you for putting it in spoilers, because as someone who is vehemently afraid of a very specific creature, I do understand that some people do not like Danger Noodles, and that's okay. His little face is sticking out of his hidey. Oh.
lack of sleep.
Have you tried coffee? The surprising alternative to sleep. I've actually just poured some. Yes, that's right. Coffee. It looks like death. It smells like burnt water. And it tastes like not being sleepy. Oh no! Oh no! Nick says about 1,500 hours into Odyssey Draft 3. Feckin' roll.
I keep putting out polls if I should consider a 2D title or 3D. The results are weirdly lopsided toward 3D. I think it might be because the game is rigged.
Ah, what you did there! I fucking saw it. Eriman, feckin' yo. No, okay, sorry. I'm not saying proper thank yous. Eriman, that is $10 to keeping us going. Akira Zero, Catastros, that's $5. That is a big old chunk of change. Thank you. Alright. And Fearless, despite the fact that it is my great fucking fear, I did read all of, is it Gyo or Gojo? No, Gojo's the bloke. Which features a shark with like mechanical mech legs, and I hate it. Nick, I will be talking a little bit about the save video games movement and how it's driving me up the wall in a bit, so I'm sorry, it's probably going to be incredibly infuriating for you. I'm sorry, but I snapped at somebody in Discord and I shouldn't have done that. Sorry, okay, sorry. A lot of things have happened all at once in very quick succession. So, Nick, we will be chatting about that, but mostly so that I can give you all the details you need, friends. Not to be like, oh, fuck those guys. And I want to do it in a positive manner. You all just started a hype train. Very doubtful, Vanderbeest and all of you, thank you. And at the same time, I just found out they're gonna do Sniper Elite Battle Royale, and my fucking homie Christian's working on it. Oh, I'm gonna play the shit out of this. Sorry. Because I saw a lot of people manage to get into the border break.
Cat puns freak me out. Seriously, I'm not kitten.
Thank you, Wolfcrat. Shit, sorry, just a lot of things just happened all immediately at once. And Nick, I did see the whole thing about demos giving you a free wishlist email, specifically for ones that you have played. I think that as subtle as the changes are, Steam's whole thing of being like, hey, this demo slaps is really good, meaning that a lot of effort going into a demo can create some additional coverage beyond Steam Next Fest, which I love. We'll get into that in a second. Yeah, no, everything just happened all at once.
Save video games feels like another crack at the legislator behavior into existence when it simply isn't going to happen.
Okay, so PBS, you are correct. Let's get into this proper once the trainer's concluded. But seriously, thank you so much for the bits. I know I've been all over the place the last few weeks. Unfortunately, I think that's probably going to continue for a few more weeks later. But I know you lot got my back, and you cannot know how fucking brilliant that is. Thank you. Thank you. Alright. Okay. No, so PBS, I completely understand. And we'll get into it in a second. It's just this whole thing of...
Rene Descartes walks into an ice cream shop, order
yeah.
a sundae. The clerk asks, do you want chopped nuts on that? Descartes replies, I think not, and disappears in a puff of logic.
I love it. I love it. Fearless, thank you. No, Catastrophe, this is not going to be one of those conversations that ends with frustration. Alright?
Save video games? Yeah, I save because I hate losing my hard-earned progress. Wait.
There we go. So you get it. You get it. Okay. Sorry, watch me be discombobulated in real time.
Stop that incessant clicking.
And J-Post, thank you for gifting us up to Judica. Okay, the train is at 3, the coffee is fresh, the company is excellent. Well, actually, so Fearless, I just found out that Fallen London sponsors the Magnus Archive. I feel like I know somebody over at the Rusty Quill, but I can't remember who. Okay. Friends, Longshipians, Mischief Merchants, thank you one and all. Alright? But Catastros, go get some sleep, friend, and to be continued. Rebels without applause, what? Oh, and welcome! I am lucky just because I have been very excited about video games all the time. I have been lucky enough to know some homies that are far, far more connected than I. And that is a very, very good thing. I've just been kind of flailing around the industry happily for so many years. I also have no chill when talking about people's games and how I love them. Game devs are chronically bad about picking themselves up and saying what's great about their games, because in some cases it's really hard to know when it's a game you work on. And in other times, like, you know, the people who I'd like to hang out with aren't dicks, and they don't have a monstrous ego on them. So, I haven't actually had the chance to work with the Fallen London people, but I would love to, because they're cool as shit. Okay, and sorry, at the same time we're having this conversation, I'm getting info about the Sniper Battle Royale goodness. I have signed up for it, for Project Archipelago. But homies, if you would like to join me... Okay, I'm going to throw this in chat now, because my good buddy Christian is working on this. So, I'm in, alright? Playtest starts in 9 days, let's fucking go. No, do not start spam DMing me, I will block you forever. And that is not a joke. Right. Well played, Aaron, well played. Okay, so, I threw it in chat. Project Archipelago is a Sniper Elite Battle Royale, which I think would slap. I think it would be feckin' good. I've often kind of joked about this idea of taking Sniper Elite and putting it in this weird pocket dimension where it feels like the multiplayer exists. I know some of you got to play Border Break over the weekend, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. I didn't sign up because it wanted me to link my Twitch. It wanted me to make an account and then link my Steam and my Twitch accounts all to it. And I'm like, nah, that's how I make my living, sorry. Thank you all for the train. Okay. Plus, sorry, not Border Break, Mecha Break. Border Break is a different mech online shooter that was available in Japan only on PC, but also had arcade machines that had a simulated mouse and keyboard. So, wild story. Anyway, everything is happening all at once. You all are very cool, and I like that. The idea of a Sniper Elite Battle Royale setup, that's something we could be beasts at. Because what is it that we have? Aside from functioning alcoholism, patience. Okay. So, now that I am in a state of crazy eyes, should we have a natter? Games industry news! Let me give you the hot sheets of the day so far. There is a very, very, very real chance that Warner Brothers will be selling off their video game division, or selling off parts of their video game division. So Mortal Kombat might be back up on the sales block. And that's kind of the only really big one right now. We've been getting a lot more information about what's been happening with Humble Games, the now shuttered publishing wing of Humble Bundle. Spoiler, it's a shit show. One dev has literally taken to Patreon to support trying to fix the fucking game after they've just lost contact with everyone. And there's going to be a Dead by Daylight X Five Nights at Freddy's crossover. Quick reminder that the guy behind Five Nights at Freddy's is a fucking knobend. Like, I ain't gonna dunk on anybody for enjoying the game series, but that's just as an FYI. Yeah, sorry to be the bearer of news on that one, Angelos. He is not good. But I mean, Dead by Daylight it up. Like, I ain't gonna yell at anybody for playing the crossover and whatnot. And it is a game that I do discuss. And unfortunately, Nick is pretty astute in his asymmetries. Wait, that might be a word I just made up. Anyway. Again, we're in this weird kind of spot in the year where the studios that have announced like closers and shutters and things.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh, J-Post! That's really fucking cool of you again. But no, seriously, J-Post, you have been gifting a whole bunch of people subs today, and now every time they come by, they don't have to worry about getting sold, I don't know, downstairs lawnmowers and, I don't know, fucking inscription into the American Army. It's very kind of you, thank you. And you're keeping this place going at the same time. Okay, let me breathe for a second. Look, I just found out that a concept that I've really loved the idea of, Sniper Elite, but a Battle Royale, has been announced, and I think that is really fucking cool. I really enjoyed the last one in the series. However, I will say that the multiplayer felt misguided. Definitely left me disappointed. So, I think with this one they get it, right? At least I hope they do. Christian and I, if you go back to the early YouTubian videos, you can see back when we did what we called the home invasion. Probably should have had a better name. Which is when I was in a serious, spiral. Christian and their partner at the time, Hazel, would just invade my house and feed me. And apply me with booze until I stopped being sad. And I will be forever grateful for that, you know? So yeah, the fact that one of my oldest homies is working on a project that I wanted to see happen for a while is just fucking glorious. Yeah, you know what, Nick? I've missed those. Sorry, Nick was saying that we got a bit of throwback news over the last couple of days, which was a Valve leak, which will absolutely not result in Half-Life 3, but has everybody hopeful all the same? A voice actor put on his resume that he worked on a codenamed project at Valve, and everyone's like, oh, Half-Life 3! I've missed that blind optimism. I've missed it. Valve leak does sound like a plumbing issue. Oh, Judica. Okay, so House Carl, they're called House Carl because they hunt the unsubbed. It's a very early thing. There's basically day one that we got subs, things got wild. And literally, people were playing this game called Hunt the Unsubbed. Which I was not responsible for. I was not encouraging that. I was almost trying to push people the other way. Shit got wild. And here's the thing, we got Half-Life 2 Episode 3, and it's called Half-Life Alyx. Yeah, J-Post, during the enforced sub-only chat, you would start fucking chanting and shit would get weird. Look, again, I try not to gamify support too much, because I don't want y'all to think I'm ever trying to, I don't know, fucking play you into keeping me alive. But I'm very, very grateful. So, let's talk about the Save Video Games movement, because Hunter posted a video in the Videodrome and had brought this topic up before. If you're unaware of it, so the Save Video Game movement was started by a YouTuber, and it was started with best intentions, right? frustrated with games going offline and video games being no longer available and being pulled from sale, this dude got together and started a movement, with the idea being that games should be available even after they go offline, which is a wonderful intent. However, they are... I mean, I don't know what the official terminology is, so please, please, please take the following statement with a grain of salt, because it's not really lobbying. They don't really have funds, but they are pressuring, currently, the European Union to implement a ruling where games cannot just be pulled offline. Now, from a consumer standpoint, this seems fucking great. Like, they're predominantly focusing around this one Ubisoft game, which I think it was The Crew 2 or something like that, which is being taken offline and will no longer be playable. And they're like, oh my god, I can't believe they've done this. We should be allowed to play this, which is great, right? It's a great intention, but because of their lack of understanding of how games are made and not realizing how much power they would be handing over to government, like... Okay, so Airman, so petitioning the government still means lobbying. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was using the correct terminology on this. And this movement has been gaining more and more traction because, again, it's called Save Video Games. What they're suggesting, if you don't know how games are made, is personally perfectly reasonable. When a game goes offline, it should be made freely available to users. Now, if you've ever worked on an online game, you understand how batshit insane that is. And how incredibly impossible that request is. But here's the problem. Especially network engineering, server coding, that kind of thing is one of the least discussed and least shared parts of video games, predominantly due to security and stuff like that. It's not something we talk about because we don't want users knowing how the sausage is made, so they don't break the fucking sausage and poison everybody else. And yeah, like Nick, I do agree it's highly emotionally charged. And here's the thing, it's not skeevy from their standpoint, because they're not doing it for anything other than what they feel is something that should be happening. They don't understand the damage that they're proposing, right? And this is why I was saying earlier, it's exhausting, because it's one of those times where the energy required to check bullshit is much, much higher than it is to create. And that's kind of where we find ourselves, right? It's one of those things where I don't even know where to begin. One of the things that somebody pointed out in Discord was like, I don't see why League of Legends couldn't be made openly available after it goes under. And I'm like, I can see 1,000 ways why it can't be made available. I don't even know where to start, right? But yes, if we cut to the quick, as Nick is saying, if, as the Save Video Games movement came to pass, it would obliterate the online and MMO spaces. Not just live service, but online games as a whole. And anyone in the European Union would just get their shit pulled before it came into play. And this is the thing where I don't think they understand, is because Europe as a whole does not make as much money as China. Alright? North America, you've got it going on, especially if we lump Canada in terms of like geo blocks. Like, Europe doesn't make as much money as those other regions. So you basically just wouldn't get League of Legends in Europe anymore. Which is wild, but there are so many different factors that go into running these huge online games. Now, one of the other things that people pointed out was World of Warcraft being able to reverse engineer a lot of things. And, I mean, where do you even start trying to explain that reverse engineering and releasing are so different? Like, if... Obviously, we would never condone the use of pirated video games on this Twitch.televisio. But hypothetically, what it would take users to reverse engineer a dead MMO is drastically different than what it would take for a company to release a version of it that users could run. Right? And it just... Now there's one other factor to this emotionally which I think comes into play. And it is one of those tale as old of times. It is FOMO in the most traditional sense, right? It's like finding out about the secret cinema movement after your favorite movie is already gone, you know? I didn't get to do the secret cinema Star Wars that everybody did. And maybe it comes back, maybe it doesn't, but it won't be the same. And that will always sting a little bit. The idea that you missed a video game is something that will always kind of claw at people just a little. The idea that the thing that you love is no longer available is infuriating, because we've been living in this space where video games are believed to be eternal, perpetual. But it's not the case. If you want something that is live, if you want something that is living, not printed on a cartridge and it is done, but something that is constantly evolving, it will never be the same. You know? And after the success of World of Warcraft... Well, yes, okay, so Wolfgrad is saying that WoW is far simpler on a technical level than any modern MMOs. Yes, WoW led the charge in everybody else streamlining their bullshit. The rush to be the WoW killer jumped up so many different spheres of the games industry. You don't even know. But these are things like information management, like account management, payment systems, fucking... even something like the virtual server type setups and things like that. Like, there are so many proprietary systems used that the companies don't own. And this was the thing I started to rave about in Videodrome, and I realized I was being a crazy angry person, was imagine the situation. Your studio has just announced it's going under. You've got maybe a month left. And you're tasked with reverse engineering a third-party piece of software, which you shouldn't be doing, so that users can build their own. And Nick, I do love that one. But yeah, the WoW Killer craze revolutionized like that section of the industry. Just like how Bioshock Infinite revolutionized the 3D port industry. Bioshock Infinite, changing the world, but not in the way anyone expected. Well, that's another story. And Quasi-Watto, and welcome! But yeah, the call for more anti-cheat systems for users has also added an additional layer of complication. And, like, there are so many anti-cheat systems that are now integral into games that are currently live that are designed not to be reverse engineerable. Angel Cleaner, Watto, and welcome. Well, but Swan Dragon, that's the thing. It's not possible in a lot of games, and this is where this whole thing comes to it comes from the user perspective, and what is actually taking to make online games could not be further from understood. The people pushing for the Save Games movement still have it in their minds that it's like the old days. Oh, just host a dedicated server. Oh, don't worry about it. We'll just build our own little shard. But it's so far from that. Like, these people still think of it like the old days. And for the record, Epic did actually take fucking Unreal Tournament 99 offline, so I'm still mad about that. Because there are so many factors that go into especially these larger games. And like, netcode's a fucking nightmare, so why wouldn't you use third-party tools to make your life easier? But then, those third-party tools aren't yours to give away, so what do? Congratulations, users, I guess you can just try and reverse engineer it? Yeah, Nick, I know we talked about this on the Sea of Thieves. It's just, as this conversation has come back around, it's driving me to discussion. But as Nick is saying, there's sub 50 different microservices, master services, user database services, matchmaking servers, NAT punch through, all of that stuff. Like, yo, remember opening ports to being able to play video games? Yeah, Errorman, anti-cheat systems, payment systems, additional licenses, and things like Battle.net and updating systems, like working around those. There's also the element that the things that teams do make for themselves are things they use in other games, right? So, like, if League of Legends goes down so League of Legends 2 can be released or whatever, there will be proprietary things, there will be legacy code from 1 that goes into 2, right? Because if it's working, you don't throw the whole ass baby out with the bathwater. But if you give that away for free, then your new game can be reverse engineered, and welcome to a hell of cheating. And here's the thing, users will not forgive cheaters. And I don't mean that they won't forgive the people who cheat, they just don't forgive the game if it's rampant with cheating. They just stop playing. The Cycle was a great, like, sci-fi, you know, Tarkov, but for people who aren't dickheads, experience. And the problems they had with rampant cheating ultimately led to the death of the project and having to close it. Alright? Now imagine they want to take what they've already made and make something better, with better anti-cheat, with better concept. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't say better, the concept slacked. But they want to make another game from the bones of the Cycle. If they give away the fucking keys to the kingdom, guaranteed cheating. Guaranteed. League of current stories. 2 League, 2 Legend. So yeah. I think at this point, friends, I'm talking to a lot of you and you understand where this is at, right? But it's just... it's really, really hard to continue to having to say, like, this is a bad thing. But the individuals who are pushing for this have such a massive pull, they have such a huge audience, that it feels like shouting at the waves. Like, and if they think that giant publishers are suddenly going to become these altruistic, you know, lovely DRM-free individuals because of this legislation, then no one's been paying attention. Capitalism is a blight on humanity, and one day we will be without it and live in a beautiful Star Trek-style future. I believe that. However, as a realist, we're currently in a capitalistic hellscape, and that comes with a lot of conceits. One of those is that big company not nice. Big company no giveaway free. If you're getting anything, it's for a reason, right? So yeah. Big game industry is not your friend. Billion-dollar companies do not care about you. To Bulletproof, Watto and welcome. And the implementation of legislation at this level would not cause people to suddenly be kind and altruistic. It would cause them to go, kill any projects in development that would be affected by this legislation and move the rest of them to regions outside of Europe. And that's it. Like, that's the smart evil play. Like, right now everybody is discovering that live service games is not the evergreen future of the industry that we were led to believe, right? Users don't want to play 17 different live service games, they want to play 2. And you can't just keep pumping those out. Well, and Errorman, there's a very, very good point there, which is how many devs are going to want to work on a second version that can be pushed out if they want to turn the server off, or just build one more other creative project? Exactly. Just why make 2 games when you can make 1? Like... Wolfgrad, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I had to be the one to deliver that news. And yeah, Quasi, the first defendant is definitely one of those where you can feel that it was a corporate project put together. So the fucking cost of it is ridiculous. Twitch keeps on trying to offer me bounties to play it. They've been increasing how much money they're offering me to play it. I'm obviously not going to. You're fearless. If you keep pumping more money into live service games, sure you'll get more money out, right? Anyway, it's just... I don't know, friends. Obviously, there's nothing I can do to even impact the main movement with the Save Video Games movement, because it is comprised of huge non-industry content creators. Predominantly white guys who have not worked in the space, who can only see it from a consumer standpoint. They have a great heart and a great intent, but they don't have the knowledge to know that they are doing harm, right? And to bulletproof. I mean, if you've got any questions, I'm more than happy to talk about it. But it's, again, understanding why this is bad is complicated. You don't know, like, okay, as a player of video games, you shouldn't have to know who Zola is. Or, fucking hell, I was trying to remember what that game engine for MMOs that popped up as one of the potential WoW killers. You know? You don't need to know how Azure affects fucking Sea of Thieves, for example. But I can tell you, you can't afford an Azure server, and you sure as shit can't emulate one. Like, when Sea of Thieves goes offline, it will be gone. So yo-ho your yars and, you know, rattle your cutlasses while it's there. Because it can't be emulated. Now, could somebody create something that has a similar vibe in an indie sphere? Yes. However, it's a big ask for especially a small 1 or 2 person team to put their game out there in such a way that can just be rampantly pirated, you know? The other thing about online games is that running them costs money. If I make Will's Hadouken a goblin in the genitals simulator and I put it up on Steam, it does not cost me anything for it to be there, right? Valve eats that cost. They take it out of the 30%. That's a whole other kettle of monkeys. But if I make Goblin Puncher online, I'm paying for that server infrastructure. If my game gets pirated to shit, I'm still paying for that, but also nobody's giving me any cash to keep it running, right? Everybody's coming to the party, and no one's bringing their own booze. There you go, Fearless. You know, I got you some free stuff. And yeah, Nick, I'll just host my own server people, they're still thinking about it like the old days, you know? Because yeah, with things like Project Zomboid, you could spin up a virtual machine yourself, or you could turn one of your home rigs into a little server. It's real cute, you can do it. You've not seen what an AWS bill looks like, you know? Like, Nick's saying like 15k. That's not 15k for a year or a month. That is a 15k bill you got from AWS because everybody logged on and started doing shit. And Amazon don't care. You think Amazon are going to start giving away free servers? Like... yeah, Nick, that's a 24-hour bill. And again, this is just... yeah. Now, jumping back to what Quasi was saying about the First Descendant, I hear you, and it irks me. It irks me at a personal level. Like, the First Descendant might be one of the few games, kind of like South, what was it, 0 degrees north, 0 degrees west. It might be one of the few games that I'm just going to say is fucking bad. Because I can't see... It has no intent to do anything creatively. Every part of it is something that has been lifted from somewhere else and smushed together purely for the purpose of extracting cash from you, right? It is soulless in a way that I haven't seen in a while. Because, like, I've been watching a lot of Once Human, a free-to-play, crafty, survivally, over-the-shoulder shooter. And hey, it is a free-to-play game. It has free-to-play monetization. But you know what? It's not the greatest game of all time, but it's got fucking heart. It has interesting world design, pretty simplistic, combat construction overall. But it just went, you know what? What if we took the Division and made it fun? And Quasi, I'm not putting this on your shoulders, alright? This is not aimed at you, but with things like the First Descendant, what pulls you through is the elements pulled from other places, You can study things like Destiny, for example, in a lab, and you can reproduce that gunplay feel, You can wholesale take concepts from other spaces and make it kind of fun, and then you can put some serious dark pattern shit in there. Yeah, and Wolfgrad, yeah, you get me. You fucking get me. Eraman, that sounds fucking cool. Whilst we've been nattering about this, I had some very, very bad news. Sad news even, sorry. That I thought there'd be a taco truck outside in about an hour, and it's not till tomorrow. And now I'm just like... Yeah, so it's delayed tacos, but yeah, future tacos. Yeah, well, Felix, that's where my brain was. Today's Taco Tuesday. Apparently the truck's out there tomorrow. It's fine. It's fine. But it's all good. It's all good. Okay, so I think we've covered a lot of it. Like, here's the thing, friends. This isn't something that we can counter lobby against. We don't have the numbers. All we can try and do is, as calmly and peacefully as we can, like, educate peeps on why... We can try and educate people on how complex online games are now, right? It is incredibly possible to do cute and fun things online without this kind of nonsense, but again, there's a reason why the indie scene hasn't moved wholesale into big MMO-sized projects. It's fucking impossible. I don't know. I don't want it to sound hopeless. I don't think this will pass, and if it does, it will basically just usher in a new age of people in Europe pirating online games. It'll end up being similar to how it is in regions like Russia and Thailand and places like that. And hey, that's no hate to those regions. We've talked about this in the past, that like there are swaths of the world where, like, due to the average income, it is impossible to purchase games legally because it's like, 2/3 of your monthly income for an Vidjagam, right? In those regions, piracy is rampant. It kind of needs to be, Obviously, I'm not condoning piracy in any shape or form, as I would never do that on this Twitch.television. But it would be a big old shift. And if it does happen, yeah, we'll just see online titles that would be affected will just be pulled from Europe. They'll stop support before these things come into play. So it would just be a huge cull of online games. And the rest of the world would just be playing them. In a lot of situations, if it's an older game, they'll just pull it everywhere and just go. Because, like, if it's a game that's not making any money, but you're kind of keeping it up for, you know, like an active user base or nostalgia, what have you, and then you'd have to work out how to, like, region lock it. Like, it's cheaper just to kill it, right? Fearless. Oh, you know what I mean. Ah. More, less LimeWire virus, more yo-ho me hearties. Okay. So, let us offset this, because you know I'm a big believer in the balance of things. What I will say is the same thing that I've been saying almost every fucking day. Video games slap. Like, a lot of what people are talking about is predominantly around large-scale online games. Whereas over in the indie scene, and I guess everywhere, like, let's fucking go. Okay, so these are the games just from my personal wish list that have dropped in the last couple days. I have come to realize I don't know what Glitch Spanker is, and I will have to look at that in a second. Volgar the Viking got a sequel. Volgar the Viking was an unapologetically brutal revisiting of old games that was incredibly divisive in that there is no save. You either finish Volgar the Viking in one sitting or not. And that divisiveness I found fascinating. Speed Freaks is out in early access. Mad Max with orcs. Let's get our fucking WAG on, let's go. And something that I came across the other day, look at this. Super Dungeon Muncher. It is not a sapphic fanfiction based on Delicious in Dungeon. It is a turn-based, high-speed dungeon-flavored nonsense. Now, I don't know if... I believe it's every move you make, the Dungeon Muncher, lol, eats another line. So you have to level up, collect things, smash your way through before you get consumed. It's simple, it's effective, it's a great idea. Right? It's got a real kind of... If you enjoyed Crypt of the Necro Dancer, but you're completely rhythmically uncoordinated like myself, right? And look at this. And again, the fact that it's called Dungeon Muncher just sets you up for great fucking puns. Yeah, it's weird, it's unique, it's awesome. And this is the kind of shit we're getting from the indie scene. And okay, that's not a controversial statement, it's my own, but just the sheer number of games per day. If you somehow didn't see my accidental embargo break, thank goodness you're here. I did apologise to the PR people. They said I didn't cause any problems. I'm getting an apology fine. It's fucking brilliant. I mean, okay, look at Unrooted here. Look at this. And Wolfgrad, I hear what you're saying. I believe... I believe you. I want to bring us back onto the joy of the industry that we have chosen to dedicate either our personal or professional lives to. All right. And Jamami, I'm real glad about that. Every copy of that we get out there is one more to the ass kickery. Because Thank Goodness You're Here deserves to sell so many copies. But like, this game, okay, this has got 84 reviews, that's not bad. Volgar the Viking 2 only has 6 reviews right now. And like I said, this is old school. This is to Ghosts and Ghouls, This is to like Ghosts and Ghouls and the more like Wizards and Warriors hardcore platformers. This is to those what Shovel Knight was to DuckTales, you know what I mean? Now, I can't promise this is a game that you will enjoy, but I can say that it is incredibly authentic. Alright? Now, I don't know if they've changed the death system for the second one. I don't know if they've added checkpoints and what have you. And if they have, that's really fucking cool. But either way, with the first one, I just respect the fact that they were like, no, we're just going to put it out there. It is going to have no save system, and that is our intent. You know what I mean? It's an artistic choice that I understand people didn't like, but I do respect. Oh yeah, no, and this is 40k Speed Freaks. Like, I can see us spending like a Saturday afternoon crashing orcs into each other. I can see us doing this. If you don't know anything about 40k, feel free to ask. The only TLDR you need to know is Orcish tech works because they believe it does. And out of everybody in the 41st millennium, the orcs are the only ones having fun. Which one was Quinette? Hang on. Sorry, let me move all this over here. Which one was Quinette? My brain's giving me a file not found. Quintet? Okay, I'm not sure what you mean, Fearless. And yeah, Rebels, orcs very rarely have a good time. Now, what the fuck is Glitch Spanker? Okay, so the demo is out now. When did I wishlist this? Okay, so you spank things to find out whether or not they are mimics, I guess? Alright, I take it back. Video games were a mistake. We should be stopped. We deserve legislation. This might have been a drunk Will find. It seems very drunk Will. God damn it, video games. However, I cannot critique the artistic intent of other video games and get mad when people make, you know, Spanky Poop Joke, the video game. A high-effort shitpost is a valid fucking way to make a game. I mean, let us not forget that, oh god, what's his face that did Lethal Company? Did a bunch of, like, almost shitpost titles before then. I only found out about Thalassia Edge of the Abyss recently. It's underwater nonsense. Alright, Vanderbeest, we have gone almost 24 hours without Will raving about Wanted Dead. Shorby, let me have my time. Don't set me off again. You don't deserve it twice. So Swan Dragon, I know Rococo. I think if it's the game I'm thinking of, I met the devs at last PAX. And it's very, very good. Yes, I haven't had the chance to play it myself, but the team behind it are feckin' good. It's one of a handful of really good audio-only titles. And the fact that it only has... Sorry. The fact that it only has 4 user reviews, despite coming out at the beginning of the year, shows you that it just got overlooked. And Angelo's, that's understandable. It is hard to pour that same kind of energy into video game shitposting solo without peeps to work with, because you kind of need that point counterpoint of humor. Oh, also, Arcseed came out last week. Yeah, which is more mechs, more Into the Breach. Look at this. It's just, the reason why I wanted to highlight this is that every other day we are getting a post about how it's really difficult to stand out in the video game space. There's a real problem with discoverability. But in the past, when people have discussed this, they're discussing this problem of, like, you know, we saw with when the Apple App Store, when the iOS Store when everyone suddenly realized it was very, very profitable, there was this mad rush to just post absolute shit as quickly as possible and try and make a buck, which did lead to this huge distrust in mobile games that we haven't really left, right? The it's a mobile game but good is still a thing people say. You know, this, don't worry about this one, I didn't spend money on it. Right now, the discoverability problem on Steam and on itch isn't just because there's so much, but there's so much that's fucking good. Right? Like, friends, just to put it into context, I'm not doing this to brag, alright? I have been in video games for a long time. There are a lot of individuals from different studios that send me titles and things like that, but if we just go to my recent, and this is alphabetical, but like, this is just from, what, like this month and recently plus a few? Like, what you're seeing in my wish list is the titles I either haven't had the money or the time to pick up. Right? Look at this! This is just recent! This is just recent! Fucking Indica, which I really want to share with you all, because it's fucking weird, but in the good way. Highland Song, a gorgeous jaunt through a beautiful environment. I did pick up the last of the Damien Crawford collection that I didn't have. Then we've got Kriegsfront. Crypta FM is probably going to be my next little short horror project. Like, what you saw on my wish list, that's the shit that I haven't picked up yet. Alright? Like, oh, Snufkin, Melody of Moomin Valley, which was another contender for today's cozy, cute good times. Like, actually, I think that leads us neatly on to the game that we're going to be playing today. So, friends, today we are playing Paper Trail, which is a gorgeous little puzzle game. And the premise of it is dead simple. You can fold the world like paper, thus creating new pathways and things like that. It looks beautiful, and I think it will be the right kind of vibe for today. Beadora pointed out that I've been kind of on a downward spiral. Actually, no, that's not what Beadora said. Beadora basically just said I've been playing a lot of horror stuff. And one person pointed out yesterday that my video project that I've been doing, the Long Ship After Dark, the last game I played was just too personal. If you want to see the spoopy shit that I've been doing, I'd love for you to see it, you know. Hang on. Let me get the playlist going. Here we go. It is a very warm. Okay, and the playlist is being fucking weird. I've got to sort this. Alright, I'll have to sort the playlist in a sec. Okay. But... wait. Busted. Sorry, my button was behind the microphone. Okay, view full playlist. There we go. Okay. Alright, I'll rearrange it later. But TLDR, was it last night, night before? I did a video on a game called The Windows I've Got. And it is what if unpacking, but also an emotional horror game. And I'm still digesting it. It's been really nice playing a lot of these horror games and just taking them straight up seriously. And again, if spooky shit isn't your vibe, I completely understand. But I've been kind of chipping away at this pretty much since I finished reading House of Leaves. I know. Oh, you know, Fearless, I got Marathon 2. I'm making sure I get those as soon as they drop. God, they play so good. But again, that's another story. I have definitely been on a bit of a downward spiral in my personal life, and I'm worried that that's starting to bleed through onto stream. So I want to spend a day with something that's genuinely lovely, genuinely wholesome, alright? And if Paper Trail doesn't resonate with us, I have Thank Goodness You're Here, I have so many other lovely games, but that's what we're going to do today, alright? You know, we've talked a lot about spoopy shit, we talked a lot about, like, the sad difficulties of the industry and things like that. But I think it's important to remind ourselves that we're in a good space. Not in terms of jobs, but in terms of, like, creativity. And I don't think people have quite encapsulated how good and how powerful the wholesome indie movement has been. Like, I live in fear of finding out that Wholesome Direct actually sacrifices like 8 gerbils every video. Because they've been such a force for good. And it makes me real happy. You know? I also, I ate 4 bags of salt and vinegar hula hoops last night for emotional snapping. That probably speaks volumes to where I'm at mentally. And I don't want to get into it today, but I think I would like to discuss with you all my thoughts and feels on what I should be doing with Longship HQ moving forward and stuff like that. Because it's been something that has been weighing on my mind a lot, and I do need to start making some pretty big real-world decisions. Like, am I going to stay here? Am I going to move somewhere else? What does that look like? What do I need to focus on? That kind of thing. So, but I don't think that's what I want to chat about today. You know what I mean? So yeah, let's get a fucking cute game going. And let's see where it takes us. And Lizzie, oh, you know what, Lizzie, even if it just ends up being you and me again, and the other mods can't make it, I think, yeah, no, and that would be a good, I think that would be a good idea. Oh, this is going to be cute as fuck. Just making sure I don't have the Elden Ring death counter up for Paper Trail. I actually need to turn the music up for this one. Oh, okay, we're jumping.
Once upon a time,
go straight in.
Forgotten seaside town of Southfold.
Oh, okay. The opening is also our tutorialization. Love that. Okay, so friends, let's get fucking cute with it.
There was a crumbling old cottage, home to 2 old fuddy-duddy parents.
This game is... We'll do it live! Origami, let's go! Jamami says, what if I made a blanket counter instead? That would be very cute. I'd probably overheat first.
And their super smart daughter, who had just been accepted into university.
Don't go, love.
The problem?
Education's a trap.
Well, they didn't want her to go.
Okay.
You see, that girl is me. And this, it's a letter saying I'm running away.
Okay. This is... Okay, so this is very, very powerful. Sorry. I'm digesting this game at the same speed as you are seeing it. With this, the fold in this specific shot is her perspective, right? So she's writing her little letter being like, fuck you, mum and dad, I'm going to uni. But then as I went to fold it over, she's looking at the photo of her and her dad in this little seaside fishing town. Now, if we fold it this way, we just get the radio. But if we fold it the other way, we get to see the photo of her parents.
At least I was, until this storm started. Now, I guess we're stuck here until the rain clears.
Don't worry about that. We have the power
May as well
of
get to know each other.
folding. Pachow! Okay. Interesting.
My name is Paige.
Oh!
18 years old, astrophysicist in training. Hobbies include journaling, origami, oh, and bending the space-time continuum. More on that later.
Let's just throw it in. Oh, this is going to be gorgeous. Beep doop doop doop. You're awake. Do you hear the storm? So, okay, so one thing I want to touch on before we go further, because I think this is going to be really lovely. Authenticity is king. Or queen, or ruler. And that is something that has been really resonating in my skull a lot the last couple days. Now, Quasi was talking about the First Descendant earlier, and we were talking a lot about how it's very disingenuous. It is not authentic, right? It is not seeking to tell us a story, it's not seeking to give us an experience. It's just looking to loosen coins from our wallets through whatever means. Lizzie and myself and I think it was Martin were talking about Deadpool and Wolverine, which is wildly successful. If you haven't had the chance to see it, I recommend it because it is incredibly genuine. It is incredibly authentic. Last night, I tried to watch The Flash, and it is not. In fact, it is such a painful piece of cynicism designed to create money that it hurt me a little bit. I thought I'd be able to just laugh at a bad movie, you know, a la Madam Web. But no, it is a film that wears the skin of its victims to try and get it to give you $20. When we come to this... Actually, yes, Sir Garrett, Monarch's a good one. I'll try, but in my brain it's... the sting of the mighty monarch butterfly. If anyone needs me, I'll be in my room, crying. Sorry. But then we come to things like this. From the choice in art style, mechanics, and everything, this is telling a personal story. You don't have to question if this is authentic. You don't have to question if this is genuine, because it wears that. And that's something you can't buy. That's something that you can't just dump cash onto. So yeah, I'm glad we're doing this today. To bulletproof. Yeah. And the thing is, you can stay true to yourself. You can stay authentic very easily. It's when you start from a how do we make something make money and then try and inject it with authenticism that it becomes very complicated. Like, because Bullet, I don't know if you've been lurking while I've been talking about it, but there is an incredible game. Sorry to pause the beautiful music, but I want to just put this in everybody's wheelhouse in case you hadn't seen it. If you want authenticity, I'd like to show you Dungeons of Blood and Dream, a combination of hacked, homemade assets, programmer art, and dungeon crawling that is one of the most fascinating and most intriguing roguelikes I have played in so long. I cannot recommend it enough. It is genuinely brilliant. And it's just something special. One of the things that I've been really struggling with today is that PAX is coming up, right? And I'm on the media list, as I am wanting to do. And so, and this is something that happens with all events. If you're on the media list, you get emails. The emails tell you what games are going to be there, and they allow the game companies to message you and be like, hey, do you want to book an interview? Do you want to get hands-on with a demo? What would you like? I have been seeing a lot of games that have been using like AI-generated art, and it's so disingenuous. When you look at Dungeons of Blood and Dream, it is assaulting, it is violent in its color choices and in its rough and readiness, but you know what? I fucking love it. But then I saw something earlier today, and I'm not going to name the game because I don't want to put the person on blast. Like, I'm not in the process of shit-talking people, but it's because of their use of generative AI in it, I'm not interested. Like, they clearly don't love what they're doing enough to craft it themselves, right? So how am I supposed to... I don't know. How am I supposed to take them seriously with their lack of authenticity? So yeah. Oh, looks like Lighthouse got struck by lightning. And Quasi, there's definitely something in there in The Last Descendant. It's either going to be like movement combat mechanics or something else, but again, it feels like it's coming from dark patterns, not from something genuine. And I know it's unfair to compare this beautiful, gorgeous little indie title to a huge live service title, but then again, look at where this is started, right? Rebel says that loving the process of creation is an essential part of being an artist. Yeah, also hating it, but also loving it. It's just, you can't fake authenticity. Yeah, I mean, Quasi, maybe we should do kind of like a game night on it, because I do try and understand titles. One of the reasons why I haven't played Once Human is I get it. Oh man, Jimmy didn't come home last night. He's out fishing for eels. Eels up inside you. Finding electrons where they can. Yeah, Bullet, absolutely. And, I mean, we don't need to go over the why generative AI art is bad, but if we're going just by vibes and feels, it's because it will always feel a little weird, a little hollow. It'll always have this artistic variant of the uncanny valley because it's only ever pulling from multiple places. It has no heart, it has no intent. It's just an amalgamated soup of that which is taken from others. And those other people made art with intent. Whether it was overly pronounced or subtle undertones, all art has intent. And that's what draws us to these things, you know? Like Bulletproof, on the subject of crochet and whatnot, I saw a project that... there's one project that's hand-stitching all of their assets. Those people are lunatics for doing that. But one thing that I saw was one team that did photogrammetry on plasticine models. And then once they had the 3D model of their little plasticine creatures, then they rigged them in 3D to give the vibe of stop motion without killing themselves in the process. You could do the same with crocheted assets. I mean, you'd probably want to do something like what Dice Goddess does, in more of like a paper doll animation style, but you could just do that. And you know what? It would be weird, but there'd be nothing else like it. Anyway, let's go shout at Jimmy for fishing for eels in a fucking storm. Best head west across the bridge and see how he's holding up. Jimmy, you fuck. Oh no! Oh there, it's me across the river. I came for a spot of eel fishing and I got stranded. Help a weary fisherman back, would you? You know, all them fucking fish. All right. So does this not wipe him out of space and time? There we go. I'm bulletproof. That's feckin' cool. Like, that's really feckin' cool. 1 second it's broken, the next it's fixed. Oh, life's strange, isn't it? Like that game, Life is Strange. From what I can see, the storm also hit the woods over to the east. Maybe go check on your Aunt Maya too. I don't know. Like, friends, this is definitely one of those games we probably won't do a full playthrough of, just because I don't want to spoil it, you know? They've been living off pine cones? Man, you can't eat those. Don't eat pine cones. Okay. Well, and bulletproof, being multifaceted in indie game development is almost a necessity. Just like that, you found a path through the trees. Can you also find a way through the old lighthouse down south? It's interesting getting to see the backside of a lot of these little sections. Also, it limits what segments you can fold into corners and things like that. Yeah, it does it. Of course the character was going to be named Paige. Okay, so we'll just fold our parents out of existence. And then fold on down, don't even worry about it. Boop. Hello there, young'un, over here! Oh, how long have I been on this rock? 5 weeks? 2 days? Oh, help me fix up the lighthouse and spill the beans about that cave. Okay. So Nick was saying it's important to know how to do a little bit of everything in games, but if you want to work as a team, it's also important to gain mastery of at least one skill. Yeah, I don't know. It feels a lot like indie management sim, you know. Knowing all of the different parts of the process is very, very important. At least knowing enough to converse and understand, and then having a special skill, you know. Nick, I hope her name is Paige Turner. I'll take those. What the fuck is that? Back in the day before things really, really shifted in like mid to large size studios, QA used to be a really good place to start because you got exposed to just about everything. You didn't get exposed to the production side of things. Like, here is the asset, like here is the pipeline for an asset and things like that. How projects get budgeted and how they get experienced. There we go. Oh, found a cat. Little origami cat. Loves lasagna, hates Mondays. Might be somebody's deep-seated hallucinations. Doody-doo, apples and pears, I've been stuck by this lighthouse. Oh, I can't blimey, governor. I'm sure I'm having serious problems with my choices. Back we go. Thank you. Got my little juice. I was so excited for burritos later because it's Taco Tuesday and the taco truck was going to be out there. But it's not. It's Taco Wednesday. That's not a thing. Yeah, I told you I got them out at 2:30, right? Okie dokie. Oh, who'd like some eels? Oh, let's have some eels. It'll be right good.
Finally, everyone's asleep. Now, where were we?
I will say, Japanese-style grilled eel is delicious, and I am disappointed at the entirety of the United Kingdom for every eel-based dish being gross as shit when fucking fried eel is awesome. Just gonna say.
Mom and Dad wanted me to stay in Southfold, to settle down here.
Aww.
But I always dreamt of bigger things, you know? Creating my own path.
Yeah, Rebels, Unagi's fucking great. Except, no, Dustin. Friday was pizza day, the best day of the week. All the kids would line up super early just to eat. The Aquabats were very clear about this. Spice!
When I got the university offer, I thought it was finally my big break. But I wasn't allowed to go. They were worried it was too dangerous out there, in the real world.
No, love, I think they're worried that you'll get an astrophysics degree and be left with a lifetime amount of debt and still be working in a Wendy's.
So, that's how I ended up here. A runaway. With a long journey ahead to the big city.
These little cutscenes are so
I just
cute.
hope that when I graduate, they'll be there, you know? But for now, I've just got to focus on getting out of here.
See, sorry, I know you will see it. I just want to highlight this for VOD watchers and for future reference. So we have our little trunk of future memories. There's the diploma, there's the fam around with the graduation and the hat, and all of this stuff. And then we fold it to close it. Instead of animating these specific segments, giving them a little wobble. But it's literally making the process of solving the puzzle the very focus of the cutscenes themselves, you know? Oh, there we go.
Is that Dad snoring in the other room? Well, that's my cue to leave.
Like, we talk about this a lot, like the concept of smart development, right? And this is absolutely one of those stories. This is a game that is seeking... Oh, so H to show hints. Drag the slider. Oh, that's cute. So if you get stuck, it shows you enough to understand what you've got to do. So even though it gave us the old reversey Percy, the hell is that beneath us? There we go. Like, there's so much about this that I love. It is simultaneously the story of a little girl in a crappy little fishing village, but nothing about this is... her journey is regarded as surreal or strange. Like, within the context of the game, it's been acknowledged that she has powers, and that is something that other people recognize, but don't question. Do you know what I mean? Like, she was able to find her way around the downed tree. Oh, you seem to do that. And the other guy being like, huh, that bridge was broken a second ago, but now it's fixed. Oh well. The fact that we folded space and time to open up this pathway so that we can head to the big city for university. Yeah, essentially magical realism, which is one of my favourite little tropes, but you know that. Hey kid, you lost? Oh, me too. Oh, these strange numbered stones. I seem to be missing pieces, aren't they? No path out cause of it. If only I could bend and fold space-time. Oh, okay. Boop. Later. Oh, okay, so we're not fecking about with puzzles. So we know we go like this. To get across there. So I think, yeah, we just bring... There we go. This to here. Love to see it. So Dustin was saying, I love the perfect matching of art and texture. You know what? That is a very, very good thing. I'm saying stupid words with my dumb face. I wholeheartedly agree. Gorogoa really like to focus on the fact that you are in a physical work, right? The idea that you are physically on the page and it is acknowledged. That the physicalities of being in this art is not just, like, thematic, but also mechanical, you know? Absolutely one of those situations where... Okay. Absolutely one of those situations where as you said, like, the texture of this game comes together. So, Rebels, we were talking about Pathologic on Friday, and Pathologic is fascinating in that it is 100% in service to an idea, and that idea is not a pleasant one, right? Like, Pathologic is not a kind game. It is not seeking to be your... Pathologic is not seeking to be your friend, per se. Pathologic is absolutely positively trying to make you feel uneasy, uncomfortable, like pressured, threatened. It evokes what it must be like to be trapped in a city with this unknowable plague moving forward. And yeah, actually, so Rebels, Pathologic 2 has been on the long list of games to stream for a while, and it's trying to hit the biting point between showing you lot Pathologic 2 and not spending months of our lives with the death repeat cycle. I'm actually going to hit the hint key, because we did most of these. Oh, okay, we'll do some back corner goodness. There we go. Huh. Me being a stupid. I have made it significantly worse. Bear me just a second. So sorry about that, friends. Oh, got the sniffles today. But yeah, no, so if you haven't heard of it, so Pathologic, I believe, was originally a Half-Life mod that was made into a standalone title. It is absolutely fascinating. Aren't you fucking clever? You originally start as a doctor who has moved into a nondescript kind of like Eastern European town where a strange plague has taken hold. No one is sure where it's come from. No one is entirely sure how it is spread or what it does. But fear has gripped the village, and it's bad. Okay. Oh. Aha. Yeah, so Rebels, Pathologic 2 had a hard go of it. Like poor buggers. With the TLDR basically being alright, fuck it. We can do Collector's Balls will have to be another time. So the TLDR is that Pathologic was kind of like a cult success. Pathologic 2 was supposed to continue, but on launch it had the same level of difficulty that Pathologic 1 did, which is brutal. Now, much like when we were discussing Volgar the Viking earlier, the difficulty of Pathologic 2 is intentional. It is supposed to be miserable. It is supposed to be a slog. It's not supposed to be fun. However, they were under the impression the title was going to do a lot better, and the difficulty reached such a point that people will find it inaccessible and weren't picking up the title. However, they did acquiesce and they added some they acquiesced and they added some accessibility features when you can tweak how difficult the game is, how hard it is, and then go into more of the meta element of it. Alright, Alright, what are you playing at? But by the time that they had added those additional features, it hadn't really caught on quite like the previous one. Honestly, most people who know Pathologic haven't played it. I have. It hurt me, which is why I'm a little hesitant to go to Pathologic 2. But if you're curious about it, H-Bomber Guy did an incredible video on it. And it is as good a breakdown comparative to playing it yourself as one can ask for. It's really, really good. It's one of those interesting times where, like, the artistic intent of what they make did not gel with what users wanted to experience. And I'm not saying that you have to make your game so that users... You do not have to make your game for users, right? The only time that comes into play is when you need to consider, like, essentially the financial costings of it. You know, the only reason that Pathologic 2 was a problem was because it didn't make as much money as the previous one, and therefore the studio weren't able to continue working on it as much as they wanted. You know? So, Rebels, I don't disagree, but you have to remember I'm a Rainworld obsessive, right? And Rainworld is another game that, before the Downpour update and some of the changes they made, so many people bounced off of because of its difficulty. Like, it was, for a while, fucking infamous for how difficult it was, right? That's weird. Oh, because without the number 4, I can't cross that bit, can I? Interesting. And Rainworld's one of those ones, much like Pathologic, that was able to gain a big old cult following after its initial release. But yeah, so Rebels, TLDR, Pathologic 2 is on the great list of games I would love to stream for everybody. I'd need to sit down and do like a proper... I need to make a proper plan in terms of what accessibility options we turn on and what needs turning on, you know what I mean? Man, this game is no joke puzzle-wise. I just want to say, let the record show, this game is really good, and puzzle-wise is not fucking around. Like, I'm actually having to use my fucking brain while we're doing this. Ah, yes. Chip's challenge. The haunting spectre that we all live under. Chip knows what he did. It's interesting to see what parts of this we can move and what we can't. She can only push or pull a boulder. She can't seem to head around here. For whatever reason, there's just not enough space. See what, you know what I mean? And that one is only lit when there's another one attached to it. And yet, Rebels, it's definitely something we'll come to. It won't be for a little while, though, because, again, I do think Beadora was right in that I've been getting a little bit too much into the darkness with the video games I've been focusing on lately. And I'm lucky that I have all of you lot essentially to be like, hey, Will, are you good, buddy? Are you good? And it is not a light game, but it is a great example of what you can do with some incredible creative freedom. I can't get over there. Alright. Let's hear it for the hint system. Sorry, we did that. Okay. Alright, in the words of Abraham Lincoln, you killing me, Smalls. So the first one is the 4 connection. Then back. Then half. Okay. Alright. Let's reset this to how it was. Okay, so we begin again. I like it because it's like learning the steps of. Okay, so first things first. We have that. That allows us to give this boulder a cheeky little shove. There we go. That's what we were after. I have fucked up. Okay. Ah, interesting. The boulder means we can't move this. The boulder is conflicted about fighting a small girl. I'll put you back to your problem space. There we go. I'll just one little block out. Anyway. Sorry, bear with me just a second. Like, I don't want to go too far down the difficulty in video games discussion, because it is something that we've talked about a lot, right? And let me guess, when we move off, it stops. I know your game, video game. I think this is my first rodeo. But it's just, before we move on to like other banter conversations, I just want to add that with both Volgar the Viking, Rain World, and with Paratropic, no, sorry, not Paratropic, different game, with Pathologic, the idea of difficulty and struggle as thematic, I do think is very powerful, right? I do think you can do some incredible stuff with how you make people feel in the games that they go through. And I think that is incredibly valid. It's just, much like with horror, you do have to take into consideration how much users will be able to survive of that, you know? Yeah. Woo! Woo! Like, Cruelty Squad, I think, is a really, really good example, because Cruelty Squad isn't trying to be scary and it isn't trying to be mean. What was it? Cruelty Squad is designed to make you feel like you're having a fucking anxiety attack. That's not necessarily a good thing, but is the intent of the game, right? Like, the artistic intent... God darn it. Apparently I can't hold a conversation, right? I did that. Oh. Oh, there. So I did that. Apparently, I needed to come all the way down here. Definitely fuck this up somehow. Didn't think this puzzle game would be kicking my ass when I'm trying to talk about like intent in games. You know what, shit, I'm coming basically back around to the same point I was mentioning earlier, which is that success in video games really is what you intend it to be.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Arrow Griffin Watto and welcome. Oh, there we go. It's not... There we go. It's not always super clear when we can and can't shove the boulder. So anyway. Success in video games is a tricky thing to discuss, but I think it's something that is always worth talking about. Like, if your goal is to make an Only Cans 2, you know, because you can, what is your goal? To make something fucking hilarious that makes you laugh, alright? It's probably not going to sell 1 million copies. It's probably not going to sell 12 copies. So why not put it out there for funsies? Why not have your success being the number of people who play it and find it funny? Now, that means that from there, the investment is your time and your emotion. With... I gotta stop saying paratropic. With Pathologic, it was originally created as a very, very bleak, dark mod that became... So, and again, correct me if I'm wrong on this one. I'm pretty sure Pathologic was a mod first. And it was then released as a very weird, janky indie game. And its overall goal, I don't know, I think it was just to be out there. I mean, me again. Oh, I fell off the edge, I ended up here. Oh, did you fall too? Well, we're both trapped. No, we're not. Also, the deer is a clear indication that we need to reconstruct the puzzles of this world. Oh, the bridge! Oh, ow, I swear it was broken. Oh, I ain't seen a sky in so long. Oh, let alone the moon. Oh, I'm just a wee hermit with my bag of sticks. Oh no, so Jax, we're actually working towards the first of the missiles, so we can unlock some of the additional doors. But no, I do think defining what success means to you and success means to a project is very, very important. You know, the difference between selling 1 million copies day one and continuing to sell games even long after things have finished. No, no, no. Sorry. Wait. I feel like I was on a roll. Pun literally intended. Again, friends, as a puzzle game, this is no joke. I've got to say, I'm really fucking enjoying it. I just need to make sure I'm taking breaks before between solving puzzles so I can actually discuss things with you all. With Pathologic 2, I don't know. I don't know if they could have made that project make sense for a big to mid-sized studio. Do you know what I mean? Because it's not easy. Feels right, but it doesn't feel like I'm actually progressing. I'm just back to where I was. Yeah, I've just managed to get myself back around again. This is for the people of the sun. Anyway. I'm sorry, friends. My brain's a little bit leaking out my ears. Ara Griffin, did I say a proper thank you? Because that was 34 months. No small feat, I might add. And again, this game actually slaps. I genuinely thought it was going to be more about like the emotional journey through, but it's really bringing some good puzzle stuff. All right, well then, Ara Griffin, you get either 1 or 2 thank yous for a long old sub spree. And I do apologize. I realized I've been talking a lot about, like, air quotes, success and where it's at. And that's honestly been a lot of my, I don't want to say concerns, but definitely a lot of my thinking patterns that I've been putting onto a lot of your lovely selves. Like, okay, so I was right with that one. Huh. Oh, no, I was in the... Oh, I was right, but absolutely in the wrong order. Because ever since the Dan Olsen video about the angry video game nerd, the concept of what success is definitely something that I've had rattling around in my skull. And, you know, what is success to a game dev? What is success to somebody like me who's kind of like fucking daywalker? Where should I be focusing my time? What should I be fucking doing with myself, you know? I think it's a valid thing to think about. You know, there's been a few teams I have seen of late that have not had a great time with it. And God, I want to be able to help so many of them as much as I can. But for them, when it came time to see, like, what is success? For them, a lot of them, it was... Success is selling a squillion copies on the first game. And that was not something that was ever going to be viable for them, right? Hey, Rebels, you know what? That is one of the most lovely things somebody has said to me about my banter in a while. I try. Seeing everything in games is very, very hard. And my strength is that I'm fucking obsessed with games. Not just in the obvious manner, right? How the piss am I supposed to get up there? But like, to a damn near unhealthy degree, I might add. Okay, we did these. Seeing all the aspects of the games industry all at once takes a long time, a lot of conversation, and a lot of knowledge. And sometimes when it is you creating your titles, it can be really hard to see your strengths, your weaknesses, and where you are. That is true across all art. Some people just have it down pat, right? They just get it. They understand their art in a commercial sense, or in the sense of how others interpret it. But there's so many moving parts to video games. There's so many things that you can or could do that it becomes very complicated very quickly. And that's okay. You know, like, that's one of the things that makes the industry as fucking fun as it is. You're right, I did have it. I had... I'm just in the wrong place. Fish. Yeah, at the end of this PBS, I'm gonna have, like, folding nightmares. This game absolutely slaps. Yeah, Rebels, I mean, that's where a lot of my deconstruction comes from. Gone are the days where design talk is really the important thing. Okay, sorry. This is traipsing into some personal territory. There are some individuals that I have encountered in the past who are going to be doing a design breakdown of Elden Ring. And I personally find that to be fucking hilarious. Hang on, let me take a beat. Sorry, I don't want to go down the... Oh, Fearless. I mean, it can't be any worse. But doing a design deconstruction of Elden Ring is useless. No, actually, no, that's not fair. Polygon have done some incredible videos about different elements, but like, if you're a creative and you're attempting to learn from Elden Ring, what are the paths to success? Oh, be a massively stable, influential Japanese developer that has a breakaway successful game series that propels them from small team to the big leagues. Like, I'm very frustrated with these things. Sorry. What you were saying, Rebels, about like how devs with good artistic vision but not necessarily commercial savvy or luck succeed in the capitalistic sense. Yes. And this is the thing, the size of your budget basically denotes your health bar for your project. That is what you have to make back, and then some for your next project. Or create an environment where you're slowly healing over time, right? But unless it's coming out of your own pocket, and then you have a limited amount of resources. You have a limited number of hours that you can dedicate to a game. So the creation of video games is always essentially resource management. And it's heartbreaking to see games that slap fail because they didn't do the business bit right, you know? The reason why you can't just point to an Elden Ring and say, do that, is because the game, that's not how the industry works anymore. There was a time, but it ain't now. We were talking about this a lot. I want to say it was on Friday as well, but I loved a game called Dirty Bomb. It was like a hero shooter in the early... Did he just die? Or did he just lock us in? Anyway, Dirty Bomb was a fascinating FPS, and it had heart, it had flavor, and it had the worst fucking business model of all time, and it died. It was not a small or cheap project, so they couldn't just have it trucking along on a hope and a prayer. You know what I mean? And it's heartbreaking to see games like that keel over. Now, if ultimately your goal is... Oh, this is boulder time. I don't want to boulder. If ultimately your goal is just to get a game out there into the world and hope that it does well, then that's a different business maneuver. So it's how do you get to the point where you can release the game that you care about? And, like, to ignore these as part of the creative project is to set yourself up for failure. You know? If you are just making a little game by yourself, you are as beholden to hours in a day as you are to dollars in your bank account, right? So how do you plan that? How do you budget that? I watched a friend make a game over 8 years, and it did nothing. And it crushed this person. And it was not a bad game per se, but they basically made a version of... Do you remember Lunar Lander? The old one where you had to try and, like, move a little spaceship and get it to land. They made that with a bit of combat. And that was it. That was the hook of the game. They spent 8 years on it. It was never going to sell enough for them to make another title. And in the process of 8 years, how many titles could they have put out? Do you know what I mean? Sorry. I'm trying not to be either salty or weird about this whole thing. And this puzzle game is kicking my ass. This is not a good game for conversation. This is beautiful. God, this game is absolutely gorgeous. It's kicking the fuck out of me. Aw, Lizzie, you're just saying that. Lizzie, like, you're always weird, Will. Aww. You're just saying that. And I actually want to go back to what PVS was saying about the paper cranes nightmare. Jack says, you're talking about the beginner's guide again. No. Well, okay. So here is where what is success in video games is important. The beginner's guide is a massive success. It is a massive success because it does everything that it sets out to do, right? The Beginner's Guide is an incredibly personal story about, you know, the cost of creating. What it takes from us, what it asks of us, right? Oh, there we go. Nerd, nerd. The Beginner's Guide is the two sides of the self. The side that wants to be acknowledged and praised, to be told that we are clever and smart and, you know, we are the genius alter, right? and the side of us that just wants to make things without being perceived, without being judged. And how these two sides are basically at fucking war with each other, right? Let's try putting you over here. See if we can do some cheeky folding. There we go. You know, the whole concept of Davian Coda. It makes a painful amount of sense. Okay, that's where I need to be. How are we gonna fucking get there? Guess we're going back. Back to the future. Thank you, Hoffers. But I'm sorry, I'm trying not to just directly rehash the beginner's guide conversation again. It's more that the beginner's guide is not a paid game. At least I don't think it. No, it is. Hang on. Oh, I'm losing my mind today, friends. You know what it was? My body was ready for burrito time, and then burrito time did not come. Yeah, the beginner's guide is $10. It is less than 2 hours, and okay, there is a whole other discussion to be had on that. But ultimately, it is a game that is seeking to say something, you know? Because after the success of the Stanley Parable, both, you know, Davy and Crows, William Pugh's squad, made a whole lot of cash. No, Fearless, we're alright, we're alright. I get one tomorrow, and I'll make myself a sarnie or something in a little bit. Like, I'm not starving. Oh, sorry about that.
We found a quiet corner of the cave and settled in for the night.
And Shadows, Watto, and welcome. Beware the burrito groove.
My new friend promised to deliver my letter home, now that he knew the way back. As I lay by the fire, I fell into a deep sleep and dreamt of home. It was a cool winter morning, and the sun was rising over Southfold.
She's only been gone for about 5 minutes.
2 twins had arrived earlier that night. A perfect girl called Paige, and a stinker called Oscar.
The heck? Oh, there we go. Good at math.
They were inseparable. But I'll have to tell you more another time. It's already morning. We packed up our things and put out the last embers of the fire. After saying goodbye, I set off into the swamps alone. Hopefully there's no alligators.
Love, you just made friends with a man who lives in a cave, and I feel that your street smarts might not be. Okay, frog. The frog. The frog, the frog, the frog. Okay, let me just capstone that last little thought I was having before these puzzles break my tiny brain. The TLDR is that success in video games is ultimately only a thing that you can decide what it is. If 5 people play your game and it changes their lives, I would say that is incredibly valuable. Perhaps more so than, you know, working on a COD or a Blizzard title or something like that. You know, we've talked about this with Nick a whole bunch of times, and, you know, Nick's was Wolf Quest. Like, I'm still not sure how to define success as an individual for myself. So I can't tell you what yours should be, but I can say that I'm really proud of the games I worked on. I enjoyed being a little part in a big team. It felt good. But I also had an incredibly unhealthy work ethic and, you know, probably would have driven myself into an early grave. Now, yeah, I don't know what success is. I think being able to continue to do this is winning. It is succeeding. You know? But I also could be going crazy. I've had no one to talk to apart from the dogs for days. And the guinea pigs ignore my conversational points now unless I bribe them with salad. Kind of like that one friend who you have to buy them a drink before they talk to you. Oh, wait, who's that? I'm scaring the frogs off, so I'm in trouble. Already crazy, Will. Oh, you know what I mean. And cold ankles, that's a good way of doing it. Can't work yourself into early game if you get cremated. No, my intention is to be buried like a special infected. Just in case, you know. Get some claws on me, you know, a weird suit. Just in case. But no. No, Rebels! I really like talking about. Okay. Oh, that's cute. Alright, so we can move our character around using the, Okay, okay. Oh, yeah. I can move around using the tiles. No, like, Pathologic is a really, really interesting game to talk about. And it's in this sphere of games where not every great game is for everybody, and that's okay. Pathologic, for me, sits in the same vein as Darkwood, which is just an unapologetically bleak, top-down, like, Eastern European horror that bats so hard. And the fascinating thing about Darkwood is that it gets rediscovered by a new group of people every few years. It's weirdly timeless in its own little way. Oh, excuse me. Pathologic and 1 and 2 are incredibly dense games, right? And understanding them is such an undertaking that, again, they don't get discussed very often just because you ask so much of somebody. You know what I mean? No, and Rebels, here's the thing. You never ever apologize for sharing like things in video games that you love or are important to you. That's the fuck why we're here, right? My job as a streamer, my job as Will of the Longship, is to show you games that, you know, you either wouldn't have had the time to see or that might have gotten past you, or to provide a calming, I guess in this case, it's Frogs Wednesday, my dude, on a Tuesday. Oh, that's what happened today! Taco Tuesday, and it's Wednesday, my dudes, got mixed up. Should have known. But that care and that love that you have for titles, especially ones that are weird and indie and cool as fuck, is exactly what I want to be talking about, you know? Again, I've been super lucky because mine, as I said, is Rain World, you know? And I've got that shit tattooed on my flesh. I'll get more once I'm able to, once I'm allowed to. But Rainbow was an experience I got to do with everybody, and I will talk about it until I'm blue in the face, right? And there are some experiences, I guess going back to the things we were talking about earlier, not all experiences are evergreen, unfortunately, you know. Aha! as much as we might want them to be. You know. And the game's preservation thing, I think, comes into this. The game's preservation discussion comes into this one, that wanting to guess we just track it on back. Wanting to be able to have these experiences available to us forever is lovely. But unfortunately that's not how it works. I mean, the other tattoo I have on my arm, well, that's the Blackout Club, right? And here's the thing with that. You could make it open source, right? You could recreate all the technical aspects of that game. But you'll never be able to make that game again. Like, the Blackout Club was such a beautiful space in time. But even with all of the technical elements that made it so good, oh, you did that on purpose. Video games. Fucking video games. Fucking yeah. Messing with my noggin. Sorry. This is one of the reasons why I don't predominantly stream puzzle games, is because when they get their claws into me, I'm almost a fucking mute. I'm trying to work it out. My brain won't leave it alone, because I have no chill. But no, so with the Blackout Club, you could put all of the proprietary tech, you could make it all open source, you could have all of it out there, but you'll never be able to recreate it because it was a time and a place. And, I don't know, I've been thinking about, I guess, theatre as an equivalent. Like, you can go and watch, I'm trying to think of one of the long-running ones, fucking Hamilton or some shit, right? But it won't be the same Hamilton as that first cast, first run. Different performers, different place, different energy. It's the same, but it's not. And I guess you can have a recording of it, but that's not the same as being there. The Blackout Club won't be the same because you won't have the whole-ass cast of Critical Role playing these powerful gods. You won't have, you know, the incredible stories that Null wove together. There's so much about that is not the technology, but the people who put it together, and it is admirable, but at the same time arrogant to think that you can just redo that. You feel me? And I think this is bringing it back around. I think this is where I just want to give the Save Video Games people a hug and be like, sometimes, friends, you have to let it go. I know we all want to feel like we did when Halo Reach came out. We want to feel like we did on those summer evenings playing like fucking Unreal Tournament until the dawn broke. Those times are gone, and that's okay. You could make something that emulates that feeling. You know? I'm not saying that it should always be spoopy, but I'm trying to remember the name of the title. Is it No Friends Online? But there is a wonderful little title, and admittedly, it's a horror game, but it perfectly encapsulates going back to your old favourite games and realising that nobody plays them online anymore. Like, I guess we just need to start understanding that video games aren't eternal. They are transient, to an extent, you know? Yeah, Fearless. Near Automata, you delete your save at the end. Or you choose to. You can't go back, but it doesn't mean the journey wasn't poignant. And I don't know. Like, I understand it. You know, friends, we've been living through interesting times at a rate faster than anyone else had to fucking deal with in a very long time. Fucking sucks. Like, the desire to want to go back to simpler times is valid. I don't know. Yeah, I'd love some precedented times again. That would be great. But also, I think there's another thing about the save video games movement. That it's so focused on the past, it can't see the future. Right? Like, sure, it would be great if all video games were always available for all time, but would you keep the past in the expense of the future? You know? Imagine the great fucking games we'll be able to create with the technologies that we're going to have available to us. Oh, sorry. I'm just resetting it back to 0 so I can actually solve this fucking puzzle. And by which I mean I'm going to look at the how-to. And Rebels, that's the thing. I think having hope in the future of games is fucking possible. Like, it's going to get to the point where we have a methodology for server infrastructure that means that it's not going to fucking kill your entire games company to try and make an online game. And when you can do that, well, shit. What happens when tiny projects can create big games? I'll tell you what happens. We get some really fucking interesting shit. And Lizzie, like, archival is important. Recording these things is important. I'm not saying that we shouldn't, you know, record our history, but we can't expect it to be the same. And, like, Rebels, behind the scenes, we've already had these, like, incredible games that would not have existed prior. God. Yeah, I understand, Lizzie. I know you're not putting, like, a counterpoint. If we are able to reduce the barrier to entry, the cost of making a really good online game, okay, I'm going for the solution, then that just benefits everybody. I wonder how the fuck I'm supposed to get this boulder across, because I get this. This is what I've been doing. Well, and Rebels, that is the thing that gets me out of bed. And that is the thing that keeps me going even when shit is bad, is that we are so far from the tip of the mountain in what we can do in video games. We can make things bigger, smaller. We can create grand ideas. Like, I've been watching this thing on TikTok, and it's the old X-Play. I think it's X-Play from the G4 network. It's old, what's his name? Adam Sessler and... I hate that I always forget her name. We never had that when I was growing up. In the UK, we had, what was it? Jinx TV, but that's neither here nor there. Morgan Webb, thank you, Vern. And it's so fascinating to hear the vernacular of what games were and how we described them, that it was pretty much just about cramming as much action and as much explosions into things as we could. This is a game about folding paper! It is a cozy, cute puzzle game, which is actually surprisingly complex, even for somebody who enjoys spatial puzzles. About a little girl who wants to study astrophysics at university, and her twee little small fishing town parents don't want her to do that. Now, she perceives it as her parents hanging on and not wanting to let go, but maybe there's more to it, right? And that's where the fuck we are with this. These are games that couldn't have been successful 10, 12, 15 years ago. And, like, we only need to look onto, like, Steam for 2 seconds to find all these new and wonderful experiences. When we're going back to multiplayer experiences, here's things that we have done as the Longship that no longer exist. The club. Try fucking explaining the club. Right? Also, I'm going back so I can unfold this, because this corner is actually annoying me. There we go. The Blackout Club. Again, still available online, but the story concluded. We were fucking there, and that was powerful. Alright? Unreal Tournament. But Sniper Elite 3 is getting to that point, you know what I mean? Like... Oh, sorry, forgive me for pausing the audio. Like, and not because Sniper Elite isn't available, but because technology has moved beyond it. MechWarrior 3. We can't play MechWarrior 3 without either a very, very specific old machine or some fucking complicated shit. There's so many of these things that were beautiful moments in time. And sure, we can't have them again, but what happens to what comes next? Like... The team behind WizMud are making something fascinating. If you haven't seen WizMud, it's like, what if RuneScape, but oops, only wizards? And God, we've had some great times in that. And the team behind it, every year, around Halloween, they open up the main of the game. Vern says, I think you play Sniper Elite on the stream deck. Okay, I mean, I'll give it a shot. There are a lot of people who would play Sniper Elite 3 multiplayer with us if it worked on their newer systems. And when it doesn't work, it takes hours to fix. Anyway, friends, I'm going to nip to the loo very quickly because I've had 2 big old cups of coffee. And we'll continue with this, but I don't know, before I take a little break, I wanted to make sure that we're not sounding like curmudgeons. We're not telling these people that... We're not just telling them, fuck you for asking for your video games to be preserved. Fuck you for your requests. It's not that. They're coming from a lovely place. And I just want to give them a hug and be like, it's okay to let go. It's alright. These things do change. You can't play World of Warcraft like you did in the beginning. And if you haven't seen the Dan Olsen video on that one, once again, highly recommended. But yeah. Let us not cling to the dying past at the expense of a bright future. There's so much to be hopeful for and excited for in video games. And I think that's something to celebrate. Alright, I'm gonna go for a pee. I'll be back in a second, friends. Thank you all for waiting. I have my ill-gotten battle snacks. Please forgive the crunch. And cold ankles. That is an excellent question. See, I predominantly started getting tattoos on this arm based on stuff that we'd done as the Longship, because one of the weird things is that when you're working on a video game, you love it, right? But I'll be honest with you, for the most part, once you've done it, you're probably never going to want to see it again. Oh, I get it now. Okay, sorry, I'm being a doofus. Got that ship's challenge brain going on. Because as weird as it is to say, well, there are loads of games I've worked on that I personally thoroughly loved. Oh wait, hang on. Oh, beans. I think I need to be on the other side of this. I may have goofed. I may have severely goofed. Some Chips Challenge shit right here. That's what I get for not employing the battle snacks of the salt and vinegar hula hoops. Again, please, please, please forgive the crunch. The guinea pigs are yelling at me. Damn it, we're so close to victory. Wait, no, I just overcomplicated. Hi, my name's Will Overguard, and I just over-engineered the solution. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Fixed it! Anyway, TLDR, don't get tattoos of games you've worked on, because you never know how you're going to feel about them. Nearly got a Total War tattoo. I'm fucking glad I didn't. Not because it's a bad game series or anything, but because by the time I was done with that series, I had extremely, extremely complicated feelings. Also, one thing about this game, though, is the soundtrack is really good, but it feels like at any given time it could just break into Florence and the Machine, and I don't know if I'm ready for that. But, okay. Tattoos that I wish to get. The one I was really, really hoping to get, but isn't happening. I was going to get the the karma levels from Rain World so I can remember them. Trying to think of some of the other ones. I'd like to get some additional details on the I Dare mark. But pretty much anything that's in like the Great Hall over on Discord. If you haven't seen it, so I guess for those of you that are new, we have this little setup which we call the Great Hall. And it's kind of like a, if you want to know us, here is a series of games that are very much us. You know what I mean? And sometimes we encounter a game that's just... it just speaks volumes the moment we play it. Like, I don't even know what an Everhood tattoo would look like, but I'd certainly consider it. The symbol from Opus Magnum, fuck yes. I already have my Outer Wilds tattoo. And if you know it, you know it. You know. There's a lot in there. Like, I haven't actually gotten a Hollow Knight tattoo yet, which is criminal. Hey! Stephason, Watto and welcome. I am having a fucking lovely time with this. I hope launch has been good. I hope everything's been going well. The puzzles of this are kicking my ass in the most wonderful way. And I'm having a very good time. So yeah. How fucking goes it?
Stop that incessant clicking.
I'm also indulging in some salt and vinegar hula hoops, which are very hard to acquire in the US. Today we've been talking a lot about artistic intent in video games. There we go. We've been talking about a lot about authenticity. Wait, no, hang on. Okay, I can push it that way. Cool. Oh no, and Phyllis, thank you for gifting him a sub. So Stephazon, it's lovely to make your acquaintance. My name's Will. I'm either ex or current games industry, depending on how you want to look at my dumb self at any given time of day. And I don't know. Since we saw this doing the rounds, I want to say this was one we spotted from Summer Games Fest, but don't quote me on that. This is something that I've wanted to cover for a good while. But you're based out of Japan! Heck! I did not even look to see where the team was based. But in fairness, if you're based in Japan, then you get all the good snacks. So I know it's a bit weeby, but a few years back, someone sent me one of the Botsu boxes, and I basically lived off of the rice puff curry wafers for days. Okay, so the main team is UK. You're based out of Japan. Okay, this is the kind of stuff I love about our current indie sphere. You know. Actually, I wonder if I can... Okay. No. Sorry, I was just hoping that I could change it so that the music keeps going when I'm checking to see stuff on it. So Steph says they usually work on AAA games, whereas you work with a Pokemon company before moving to Japan to 2017. work on indies inside. That's feckin' lovely. So I was over at the Creative Assembly, a Sega-owned team, for a gajillion years. Then bounced around a few different operations before falling into streaming for a living. Like, this is what I do to pay the bills, thanks to these lovely Mother Hubbards. But I also help out indie teams. I do, like, consultancy stuff where I can and things like that. Like, it's real cool. Yeah, as Angelo says, I'm their Tamagotchi. They keep me alive, and I try and be vaguely entertaining. I think it's a pretty good deal. There we go. Anyone's going to start thinking I know what the bloody hell I'm doing. Wait, no, hang on. Wait a second. Too cocky. But yeah, so aside from that, I'm definitely one of those play all video games sorts. We leap from weird indie to, you know, gorgeous art house stuff like this. Like every other single Mother Hubbard on the planet, we're also chipping away at Elden Ring, but I get a bunch of game devs together on Fridays, and we play Sea of Thieves, which is lovely. So yeah, I hope this has been doing really well. God, I'm trying to think of what to ask. I don't know what you're allowed to talk about. So how long was this in development for, if you mind us asking? Okay, I see what you're up to here. Cheeky fucking baldy. Okay, so Steph says this was in development for 3 years. That's solid. This might be the way to do it. Oh yeah, no, it absolutely is the way to do it. I'm just once again overcomplicating. Hi, my name's Will. My ability to make this whole thing far more complex than it needs to be is second to none. Oh, there we go. Back with the fishing couple. Okay. So Steph's on saying that the artist behind this was Fred Hoffman. There's always a Fred. There's always a lighthouse. Don't get close to the Triffid. The BBC already scared me. They eat frogs and little boys. No girls, though. Too tough. I like that. Me, I'll punch his petals off. I shall now feed the child to the plant. Do, 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 do. Told you. Plenty girls. I mean, Steph, if you want that as the back of the box quote for the Acolyte trailer, Viking blonde, I shall feed this child to the plant. Feel free. So I guess, Steph, the other question is, how big was the team for this one? Because from what I've seen, this is fully self-published, which is fucking cool. It stinks! It's smelling out the frogs, they're leaving! Well, then catch them before they're gone! So, okay, so Steph's... The core team is 5 people. They handle production and publishing. Good on you. Okay, so Steph, we've been talking a lot today about what is it to succeed, right? What is success for an indie game? And one of the things that we talked about a lot earlier is how the business side of things... Excuse me. Ooh. Okay, that's cool. The business side of things is also part of the process, right? So that's the conversation that you've come on in on. Alright, so it's a ghost until it's between the 2 blocks. Alright, let's make that work. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Steph, that's a great answer. Steph is saying that as a producer, success means getting it out the door at a quality that people can enjoy and experience. The experience they can enjoy the experience of at the price they pay for, while not adding so much content that the ROI suffers. Yeah. Or TLDR, not grinding your poor dev team into a fine powdery paste to get there. Yeah, look at me cracking puzzles like there's no tomorrow. Okay. Oh, okay. So if it's a stone one, we can't move the character at the same... We can't move the character and the stone at the same time. Okay. I'm learning. I thought that last one looked a little too easy. So yeah, we've had a lot of good conversations around here. But unfortunately, all my producer friends are all UK time zone, so they're all asleep right now. Well, they bloody should be. Glares at Angelos. But production, especially good production, is definitely on the undersung side of industry stuff. Which I know that seems very, very obvious to say, but friends, you would be amazed how frequently it is overlooked. Steph opposites in no time zone. I mean, I've got to admit, jelly that you're based out in Japan. I got to work in New Zealand for a studio a few years back, and that was really cool. I've kind of started to sound like that one guy, like, oh, when I was out in New Zealand. But, got to admit, jelly for that. Also, so far as I understand, around Tokyo there is a really good English language game dev scene. Like, Liam's out there with the team that did Curse to Golf, I believe. Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, Steph, everybody knows Liam. I know Liam predominantly through, like, GDC and Gig and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, Rebels. I was in New Zealand working for a studio that had 10-cent investment. Time zones were the fucking bane of my life. And again, please forgive my snacking. Sorry, Angela's time zone's one of those. Laughs it still ends up working on Pacific time, despite being based in the UK. Angelo's it's a industry friendo who recently worked on Pacific Drive. But yes, like, I guess the things we've been talking about a lot today is with a lot of studios going through some very, very hard times, a lot of publisher expectation, like big publisher expectation, has been, let's be honest, ridiculous. And it's been a really strange time to kind of have conversations about things like budget and success. We were also talking a lot about like authenticity earlier, and I promise I'm not just saying this to inflate your ego. You can go back in the VOD and you can look at it. But that was our other kind of big point today, is Quasi brought up The Last Descendant, which is a third-person action game that's currently doing the rounds. I'm sure you know it, but just for future VOD watchers and for framing, just giving the quick TLDR. And it is possibly the most soulless game that I have had the misfortune of playing in a long time. So the misfortune of experiencing in a long time. And this is the most wonderful foil to that. Everything about this is so authentic. The fact that the very time, the reality warping powers you have are just a given, but acknowledged by the characters in the world. The art giving you this gorgeous storybook style, which someone commented has a very similar philosophy to Gorogoa, the like surrealist, the surrealist puzzle game from ages back. That this is a very personal story told in a colourful, absurdist way. Actually, absurdist might be a bit much, but you know, this is the story of somebody who wants to go out and live and see the world. And as they currently see it, their parents do not approve. Yes, I am going to look at... Okay, big fold, little fold, cardboard box. Big fold, little fold, cardboard box. Big fold. Oh, alright, I get it now. Big fold. Little fold. Okay, big fold, little fold, no fold. Alright, bring it up from the corners. Well, so Angelus, we've talked about... Angelus was saying they remember seeing ads for the first Descendant and it seemed wholeheartedly to focus on character skin type pants. Angelus says nothing wrong with that, but it certainly does imply a certain lack of substance. It's made me rethink the concept of the sexy matrix, predominantly because in this regard, none of it makes sense. None of it is intentional. So I can't... It's one of those things, like, I can't register it on the sexy matrix. Because it lacks the substance to have that. Oh, sorry, for those of you who are new here, so the sexy matrix is a little graph I came up with a couple years... Was it years? Fucking time travel. But it's basically a way to kind of ascertain if a game is being shisty with its sexy character designs or not. And it literally just comes down to... It just comes down to the amount of agency characters have in the world, and does the world support it? But with the first Descendant, there's no cohesive through line. Like, one character is specifically designed as a sexy bunny girl. Like, specifically. But there is not, like, a masculine equivalent. In fact, all the masculine design characters have no cohesion to their design either, making it very, very strange. So it feels like the sexiness is just there for the sake of shifting a few skins. And that's where it gets uncomfy. So Steph, actually, we're going to be doing Beau Path of the Teal Lotus on Thursday. Our longtime watcher and VOD aficionado, Beadora, pointed out recently that I've been on kind of like a bit of a crazy person horror kicker of late. So this week I'm trying to focus on as many like gorgeous and wholesome games as I can. But the thing that's been breaking my heart, Steph, is the BizDev stuff around Beau Path of the Teal Lotus, which you've probably seen, but to the rest of y'all... So basically last week, or it might have been the week before, because time has lost all meaning in my strange noggin, Humble Bundle announced that they would be restructuring Humble Games. Oh shit, you're also the producer for them? Well, come and buy on Thursday. So obviously this is something you can't comment on, so I completely understand. But TLDR is, Humble Bundle said that they were restructuring the Humble Games brand. Humble's, like, game publishing wing. They restructured everyone away, and the teams have been left floundering. In fact, Beau Path of the Teal Lotus have opened a Kickstarter to help fund the keeping of the game going, because they do not know what the fuck is going on. Again, I'm paraphrasing from the press releases and stuff, but yeah. So, I'm still unsure as to what I'm going to do about my Humble Bundle partner link. But there's no one to talk to, because all of my friends are on the Humble Games side. So, like, I don't know what to do. We can catch frogs in peace again. It's a big and juicy, like how Grandma likes them. Get them juicy frogs in. Moose, yes. Demolition is technically a form of restructuring. Technically. But anyway, Steph, like, holy crud. I will say, if it's anything that's not covered by NDA, FriendDA, or otherwise, and you want to just vent about it, please feel free. Like, our little Longshipian crew here is like 50% industry survivors, 50% people who care about, like, the technicalities of the industry and understand it. So, I'm not saying spill the beans, but if you need a place where aforementioned beans need to get spilled, we got you. Because it breaks my little heart. And I know, again, this is something you can't comment on, but, like, Humble were the good guys. Right? Like, they were supposed to be the heroes. And like with Bo, Path of the Teal Lotus, and a bunch of other games, they are gorgeous. And Humble was really getting to the point of being a great force for good. Sorry, you are definitely a nerd who loves video games. But I'd say, considering the amount of time you spend here, you probably have a better understanding of industry nonsense than most. And that's not nothing. You know what I mean? Ah, okay. I get it now. You can pull it up this way. You got this. Okay. Sorry, I went straight into the video game zone though. Oh yeah, the only other thing I wanted to add, Steph, is also, and I'm not trying to sell you on my wares. This isn't a for-profit offer, but if you need somebody who is, what would I call myself, off the grid but versed in the ways, if I can ever help with anything, please, 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 please let me know. Because I am very, very lucky in that regard. Like, predominantly this year, I've mostly been working and helping out the DreadXP and that publishing wing, because Hunter's over there now, who is one of the best people in the industry. Okay. Okay. Okay, I get it. I think I get it. I don't know. I just suppose, Dustin, I don't know if I can claim the barbarian title these days, but Wee. I do try. Boosh! Look at this, back of the net. But no, and again, Steph, I hope you don't think that I'm just trying to hawk my wares. It's more just like, since I ended up becoming like fully independent, I'm now at the stage where I can help people out, and I really like doing that. It's one of those things I want to be able to do, you know, as much as I can. using my powers for good rather than evil. What have I gotten myself into here? Alright. I'm definitely using the last maneuver. According to this, I don't need any more moves. I still got to get across there. I have fecked up, but I do not know in what manner. Tiny frogs, why are you not helping me? Okay. Got it. Now we've got your attention, I'm like, what other bloody good question should I ask? How's it been? God. I was going to say, like, how is the dev scene out there in Japan? Which is just going to boil down to, and then Will is salty that he doesn't get to go to Bit Summit. I'm definitely missing something here. Oh. Nerd. Shout out to Holy Boss for paying attention. There we go. Thank you. Sorry, if you haven't heard of it, so Bit Summit is a predominantly indie games, video games event out in Japan. It's fucking awesome. But because I've only ever worked for either super indie teams or teams already owned by a Japanese company, I can't really justify to the waggling finger of Uncle Sonic that I should be allowed to go to Bit Summit. Because why wouldn't they just send somebody who's down the road instead of my gangly ass from across the planet? So it's on the list of events that I would love to get the chance to do at some point, but I haven't had the opportunity. I do love scaring your frogs away, and you know.
The pair led me to a large tree reaching out of the mangroves. As I climbed into the branches, they yelled that I'd forgotten something. I looked down at their grinning faces and was transported back. My brother Oscar and I played every day together. I'd make little paper animals, and he'd paint these amazing pictures. You'd see in his eyes, he'd get lost in his paintings. And then, one day, he just disappeared. It was like he slipped through the cracks of the world.
What the fuck?
In front of me. Does that make sense? Anyway, sounds like another storm's rolling in.
Oh no, I mean Dustin, maybe as a future dream.
I read there should be a village north of these trees. If we hurry, we might be able to make it before sunrise.
But Bit Summit would be a very expensive trip, and with me not speaking Japanese, it would just, There's a lot of GDCs and a lot of PAXs to get through before we get to that part, you know what I'm saying? Oi, you're startling the birds! We wait in the rain for hours. Just for a peek of that blue-bottomed buzzard. Stay on that side or you'll scare him off. And Angel Kalina, welcome back. Welcome back. What did I just say? You stay over there! I don't even know you got there! You weren't scaring the buzzards, I'd be impressed. I love buzzards. So Dust was saying, you know, if there's a secret connection between Edith Finch, Unfinished Swan, and yeah, Oscar basically did that. Oh, that's very dark. Oscar did not pull an Edith Finch. I have to admit that we haven't streamed Unfinished Swan. I'm trying to think why that was. Oh, it might have been Unfinished Swan that was having some real, like, compat problems. Because I do know that when we tried to do Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, that was a technical shit show. Great game, awful PC port. Okay, no, so it's got to be... It's got to be a connective tissue between the ladder and the place we're going. Alright, we can do this. But the implications that, like, her younger brother just disappeared into the same powers that she has and, like, no one talked about it, feels like the most British thing of all time. Like, not to make jokes about Frozen, but I think about the fact that that entire feckin' movie basically boils down to what if British repression as a power move? Okay, that's how we get down there. The question being, how do we get across? God, this game is fascinating. It's also really hard to hold a conversation. Oh, sorry about that. Rebel saying plot twist, it's another horror game. That would be extremely ironic. Yeah, I've lost the puzzle source. And usually when we're doing games like this, it's a group one. But this, there aren't many points in this where you can dive in. There we go! Gotta give it the old doop-de-doo apples and pears. Which is a technical term in puzzle solving. I'm sure you're all well aware. Boosh. It does remind me we need to go back to the Black Watchman in the future. Whee! What happened? They gave me a fidget spinner. Guys, I didn't even tell you all what I got planned for this week, did I? So, this week's going to be a little chaotic. Predominantly because the wee baby Amos is on new meds. and bless him, it's going to be a challenge. Okay, I get it. So alongside picking games that I can bring a little bit of wholesomeness to, it does amuse me greatly that we're going to be going from one wholesome game to another. God darn it, I keep being lost in the sauce. Alright, hang on a second. Alright, we're applying sugar to this situation. So here's the week. The wee baby Amos is on new meds, meaning that he pees a lot. I've had a... Yesterday was a challenge, let me tell you. I think I did a total of 9 dog walks yesterday. Now, this is all to help him with his skin, his allergies, and hopefully he's on a 10-day course, and that should really help him out. But I tried to pick games this week where if I suddenly have to rush off to either take the wee baby Amos out or clean up piss, it shouldn't be too bad. I mean, this one, it doesn't progress unless I'm here, but in the same breath, it's such a gorgeous game, you can kind of just be here for it, you know what I mean? That's fascinating. Okay. Oh, sorry about the interruption. So as for what we've got going on this week. So today we're obviously playing on this. I say obviously because you're all you're all here. You get it. For tomorrow, we are doing Elden Ring, but, I mean, Elden Ring is already at the kind of title where you can just, I don't want to say putz around, but... But Elden Ring isn't so intense that I can't just like rush off. So hell, tomorrow we might do a bunch of the like the legacy dungeons and things like that. Do battle with lots of invaders and monsters. That way, in the event that I have to go do Dog Dad stuff, get called away, and then what kind of mess is this? I tell thee. Interesting. We don't need both pieces on the same page to make it work. Alright. I like that for us. Okay. Lots of cheese. And then Friday, I don't know, we'll just we'll risk it for a biscuit. Also Saturday, we're going to be doing marbles on stream. I'd like to do the 40k Orcs game with you all just for shits and giggles, or some of the other like flavors of nonsense, but with marbles on stream, if I have to rush away, it doesn't fuck it for everybody. How do we get this boulder to where it needs to be? The boulder is conflicted. Oh, I get it. A cow. Oh no, not you again. I thought I'd lost yous. This place has been abandoned for years. The owner's vanished after opening a mysterious door. There is something fascinating about how it's kind of implying that the weirdness of this world and our little friendo's powers. Well, they aren't nothing, you know what I mean? Aha! By the power of Grayskull! Haha! That's some cool fucking witness tier nonsense. Sans the J-blowerification of it all. Don't even worry about it. Sure, those doors have been locked for years, but psh, what's a little strange glowing energy magic between friends, eh? What's it like inside? I daren't go in myself. Well, I'll show you. You basically go in one side and come out the other. Don't even worry about it. Okie dokie. Aha! Alright. So if both doors are on screen and both symbols are lit, then we can use them. Oh boy. Friends, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to keep nattering and playing this at the same time. Like, this has its claws in me. And you know I love these kinds of puzzles. Feeling when you think you probably biffed it a little bit. God, I'm a sucker for a good puzzle game. Gonna have nightmares about feckin' boulders, let me tell you. Okay, so we managed that. And I guess Holy Bus Driver, it does have that kind of Monument Valley kind of vibe to it. I mean, I understand this is a basic bitch thing to say, but it is absolutely doing the always be learning philosophy when it comes to puzzle games. Okay, I think I get it now. Hopefully I haven't fecked up too hard. I feel like I biffed it. Yeah, let's see if I can reset it by going back and forth. Okay. I can also understand that that anybody working on this game, this must be like, you know, where does it go? Yep, it goes in the square hole. It's got real vibes of that, you know. I feel like I biffed it though. And that's what I've done here is technically the solution. Madness has taken hold. It is official, I have lost the ability to banter. Okay, let's open this pit up. Conversation topics. Gundams, games industry, video game recommendations, the continued effects of sleep deprivation and gin on a British man based in Seattle. All topics are on the table. Because this game is going to melt my noggin. And unless pelted or whipped by your good selves into being good at talking, my ability to banter is about to fall off a cliff. The cliff is also made of paper. Good breakfast spots in Seattle. Well, so the iconic ones. Obviously, Beth's Diner is a drive. It used to be famous for being a late night, and it's a good breakfast spot. But honestly, if you're down for the mission and you don't have anything going on, because you do have to go early, Biscuit Bitch.
By this
Hey!
button, and a lot of exhaustion from family B-day party, I reclaim my forever voice. What ho, friendos?
And caffeine. What ho and welcome. How goes it? The game is gorgeous, the company is excellent, and I'm just basically forcing this lot to force me into being good at conversation. How are you? I actually think I've broken this puzzle. Do this. Because the boulder's supposed to be there. So this is definitely the first move. This comes into here, which was supposed to be, I guess, where we pulled the boulder away. Yeah, I think I properly fucked this. I broke the game! No! But yeah, so Dustin, Biscuit Bitch, you've got to go early. And definitely if you're like mid-weeking it up. There are 2 locations, both are good. Okay. Okay, well we've definitely... Alright, we've reset it back to nil. Alright, so Orchazini, we can now... It's even told us the solution. I just somehow managed to, while I was nattering, feck up the steps. I'm just trying to think of some of my favourite breakfast places. Oh yeah, so Rebels, I don't think I could stream Baba Is You. Love that game. It's so good. I don't think I could do it because I wouldn't be able to talk with you lot whilst trying to fucking solve it. Dustin, have a look at Biscuit Bitch's opening times. Suffice it to say, I've only ever been there once in all of my years because it's kind of done before I am up and about. And yeah, no, Rebels, this absolutely feels like a Baba Is You puzzle. so we can't pull the boulder through the door. But good shout, good shout. And Caffeine, so this is Paper Trail, a beautiful puzzle game about a girl who wishes to go to university, but her quaint little seaside parents have said no. So she is running away to the big city. She also has the ability to fold space-time like paper, which has just been agreed upon? Hey! Jetman J, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Krypton, lovely to see you. Welcome to some puzzly puzzles. How goes it? Jay, how was your stream? What were you up to? I shall absolutely hold on to your lovely lot, and I shall endeavour to even embrace yourself for this on twitch.tv. I shall brace myself to be able to hold a conversation. Currently, I'm playing Paper Trail. It's very, very good, and only partially breaking my little noggin. Well, so Miyake Sakura, that's what's kind of fascinating about this, right? She knows that she can do this. It is not special, it is not normal, it just is. Her little brother fucking disappeared one day. And they still don't know why. Whether her parents know or not is another matter, but she just accepts this as a thing that she can do. And the results of her effect are acknowledged by others. So, like, at the very beginning of the game, she fixes a bridge by folding things together. And everyone's like, oh, I thought that bridge was broken just a second ago. Oh, well, here it is. Anyway, it's predominantly like an origami puzzler. You fold the worlds to try and solve your way through a bunch of these mysteries, and they're very, very good. Jay was saying that the stream was good. They attempted a brainless Minecraft stream after a day packed with responsible adult things, and ended up being wrangling a mod pack into submission. Ah, my dear friend, that is why I do not Minecraft. Purely for the fact that any attempts to do vaguely Minecraft type things always ends up being a discussion about what mod are we going to use? The mod packs, I live in fear of them. Ah. And right now we're having fun with doors. Haha. Haha. Like all good puzzle games, this game makes you feel like a fucking genius when you work it out, and a complete idiot when you don't. I thought that bridge was broken. Must have been the wind. But no, Jay, That sounds like a lovely afternoon. Sorry you were doing battle with technical problems. That's always a tricky one for keeping your momentum going. But again, over here, I don't have really much to natter about. I finally caught up on Invincible yesterday, which... it's weird how I have the mental fortitude for incredibly damaging cartoons, and yet, you know, the idea of watching something slightly clever is beyond me. And I did watch the phenomenally terrible Flash movie, just because I don't know, I wanted to... I guess I wanted to feel a certain amount of superiority, you know? I'm not above admitting my faults. I think I mentioned it earlier on. Oh yes, no, because we were talking about, like, you know, being genuine in media and stuff like that, and how, like, that Flash movie was so bad. But what was so bad about it was how disingenuous it was. It was almost kind of... I don't know.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Shake that thing, make it clap.
Wheeler. There are very, very few things of mine that clap without additional assistance. How are you? And sorry, so Wheeler Dealer, thank you for the 51 months. That's a fucking long time. And I didn't say a proper thank you to Caffeine, who was the official first subscriber and has been basically shanghaied into mod details since day one. We are currently playing Paper Trail, a gorgeous hand-drawn puzzle game about folding space-time like origami, and it's very good. Okay, technically, Caffeine, it was pre-day one. I mean, as soon as the button was on, you were there. But yeah, so Wheeler, how have you been doing, friend?
So, because Caffeine 1138 touched it last, you got the gig? I see how it is.
Yeah, Bacon, basically being a mod here is kind of like a new hand touches the beacon. And Bacon, thank you for the bits, friend. So Steph is on in chat, is the producer behind the game we're playing. Also worked on Bo, Path of the Teal Lotus. We're playing late in the week, and they said, okay, fun fact, our voice actress in Japan are also the voices of Kirby, Lynn from Fire Emblem, and Ness from Earthbound. And they're through the interning at the HAL laboratory. That's fucking cool! That's fucking cool! And Holy Boss, so you can fold space in the same way that you would fold paper. Like bringing things together to accumulate, to recombine things. You can fold time by drinking Jägermeister and blacking the fuck out. Oh, and Steph, that's fucking cool. Well, obviously, please don't feel like you have any obligation, but yes, we will be jumping into it on Thursday, round about the same time. And if you want to, you know, come natter with us and give us some more facts in chat, you're cordially invited. Bacon, stop telling people you're dead. Oh, so got rid of some trying to snaffle some rare bird eggs. They weren't bird watching, they were bird stealing, which I assume is bad in this world. Sorry. Forgive me checking the varying hot sheets. I think we are... We are okay. Okay, sorry about that. I was going to add... Oh yeah, I've been struggling to find a downtime game at the moment. That's been my other struggle. I was loving Dave the Diver, but I've reached this point with it where I need it to get out of its own way, and it's becoming very frustrating. Ah, okay, I need to do the other puzzle first, alright. Because I've been really enjoying just the go, collect fish, avoid gigantic sea beasts and the nightmares that they spawn, and all that, all that goodness. Okay, so I need square. So how the bloody hell am I going to get up there? Okay. And it is one of those interesting things that's... I don't like having the video game awards discussion because it's always shitey and nobody comes away from it happy. It's not a good conversation, even when it's conducted with honor and good times. But I find it really interesting that Dave the Diver is a game with such a strong premise that starts off so well, and it eventually becomes like a cacophony of busy work and things that stop you from doing the thing you want to do, which is catching fish and selling sushi. It's another thing where it feels like the... Ooh, okay. Okay, no, I get it. It's another one where I feel like Nexon's like mobile style design philosophy just keeps getting in the way. Because one of the things that I praised Dave the Diver for early on is how that it uses a Mobage style of UI design and reward to progress you forward. And then later on, it kind of does the thing where it almost thinks that you want to do less of the main loop. In Mobage, there is a philosophy that users will eventually get to the point where all they want is the reward, right? They don't want to do the fun thing. They don't want to enjoy themselves. You know, that the game is just standing between them and progression, which obviously I don't agree with. Okay, now we got it. So I was actually doing it in the right order, I was just not quite there. And shout out to everybody who can patiently bring together a lot of these. Okay. Bring this down, bring this up to here, get that. Wapa. shove this over here. That over there. And now somehow... Oh, easy peasy. Sorry, I understand I kind of stopped mid-sentence there. My apologies, friends. But more just that... I was just going on to state that, like, if you played any mobile game for a while, or mobile game for short, you've reached the point where you've gotten what's either called like a skip ticket or a raid ticket or something. An item that gives you the results of a match or game or what have you without having to play it. It's like this weird thing in mobile game that eventually it's all about just acquiring more number go up, and that the thing that you should be playing it for is actually something you don't want to play it for, you just want the resources, which is ridiculous. With Data Diver, it's reaching a point where it's constantly trying to distract you away from the thing that you want to do, and that's really frustrating. Like, the Godzilla DLC wasn't fun. It's just really fucking annoying. If that makes a strange kind of sense. Alright, now where is the other squiggly door? Ah, okay. I get you. I got this. Okay. But basically, I've hit the point now where with Data Diver, I just want to catch fish and sell fish. Or even shellfish, and it keeps giving me more nonsense, and I'm losing my mind. I've got 2 different farms in 2 different regions, and a fish farm, and a branch, and I also have to worry about the lobster festival, and there's a guy who doesn't talk at my bar who wants spicy food. It's a fucking sushi joint, buddy. If you want a habanero salad, fuck off. Right? All the joy I find in that game, I must struggle through other things to get to. And I can't help but think of, like, if this was an action game, it would be like if you had to play through several sessions of Farmville before you were allowed to shoot people in Destiny. You know? Sorry for a hyperbole example. Hands off, the eggs are mine! They'll fetch a fortune on the black market! Wait, what's that sound? Oh, cool, blimey, Governor! I tried to steal fancy eggs!
Inside the nest, we nervously glanced around. Something didn't feel right.
That would be the thief. Well, so Fearless, it's more the... Adding additional things for players to do as well as the core experience is fun. Putting them between the core experience and progressing just... No, so Hunter, I'm not saying that it's not about, like, producing resources, but I was likening it to, in mobile games, eventually the game will try and give you as much reasons not to play the game as possible. Skip tickets, bonuses, all kinds of manner of nonsense that are just about avoiding the loop and doing the rest of the stuff. That's the bit that I was equating. Like, the core loop of Data Diver is you dive in, you catch fish, or you kill big ones, or you find ones. I love that. I've been working on basically being able to, to get enough swordfish and tuna that I can kind of have that as my main supply, and that the other things I can kind of either catch in the field or grow. And that's been really fun. And the Dredge DLC adds this whole, like, super danger flavor of night fishing, where you have to balance selling gross-ass fish to hooded weirdos, as well as selling tasty food to the rest of your customers. And that's kind of cool. But it's like, every time that I want to do more of the catching fish and selling fish, I get thrown some new boss fight or some new nonsense
As
or
we searched
something
for the
like
way
that.
down, a shadow crept over us. Before I knew what hit me, I was tumbling through the branches below. As I fell, the present gave way to the past. I remembered the first disappearance. Oscar had vanished. Everyone was worried sick. We searched the village high and low until finally.
No, so, okay, so Hunter, again... So, the flute in Mario was originally designed for QA testing and then was added later on as a way for users to get to later sections, because when you have no permanent save system, if a user is replaying the same sections again, they just want to jump ahead, that's fine. Now, adding a skip button to a game...
Dad found him playing with bullfrogs down by the water.
The kid was fine the first time.
Nobody knew. Everyone was just pleased he was safe. For now.
I feel like we're going to get some weird nonsense here. There have been a few games that have had the ability to skip certain segments for different reasons, and some I like, some I hate. And you are right that if you have to add the feature for users to skip levels, or skip segments of the game they should be enjoying, the core experience, then yeah, it's kind of time to look inward there, homies. But with the Mabage thing, it is because the game isn't really the game. And this isn't true for all of them. And we talked about this a lot when we discussed the Hoyoverse titles, which, for good or ill, there's still a lot of game to it.
Several hours later, I finally came around. The rain had eased, and I could feel the warmth of the sun. A village was just up ahead, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. Maybe there's a spare bed for the night.
But with a lot of Mabage, the goal is to get you basically into a loop of spending money. And aside from things like energy, ultimately the game wants you to get to a point where you are challenged and or frustrated as quickly as possible. Because once you're there, the chances of you spending money are much higher. If you can burn through whatever your energy or fun coins are, trying to hoard resources from earlier stuff, to bash your head against a wall, to make it ever so slightly out of reach, but if you just spent that $5, if you just put in $20, you could definitely get past this. That's where that style comes from. And it's interesting because Dave the Diver has incorporated both the good and bad of some of these Mabage philosophies. You know, I want to spend more time fishing and more time selling my fish. And I'm tired of being laywayed by mini-games that aren't fun. I'm tired of being pushed into doing things that are taking me away from what I want to be enjoying. And I guess this is getting to a kind of like a personal taste standpoint here, but... Anyway, is anyone else getting some fucking over-the-garden wall vibes from this right now? Oh, you took quite a tumble there, kiddo. Knocked out a few branches on the way down, too. Good for me, though. I'm collecting wood for a big fire. Oh, God, blimey, governor. But yeah, as I'm not necessarily disagreeing, it's just... there's a lot of points I'm making. The other thing I've been trying to get back into is 7 Days to Die, and it's not grabbing me like it used to. Like, friends, back in the day, it would be a game that I would while away, you know, my summer hours to as a great way to have my own little story. But I've been playing the version 1 of 7 Days to Die, and I'm just kind of going, where? Whoa, where did you come from? I'm carving pumpkins for the party tonight. This one's going to be a skull. You are a strange child.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online.
70 months to die. That's bleak.
70 months to die.
C222, how are you doing, friend? Are you coming out for PAX by any chance? Oh, sorry, you wanted me to go find somebody. Story from days ago, down south by the endless stairs. Okay. Have a little look around. Interestingly, our character's attire seems to have changed. It's very curious. But no, Ben, like, thank you for, I mean, fucking everything over the years, but also for the full-on... Yeah! Okay. That's gonna be good to see you, friend. Yeah, also, like, 70 feckin' great big months of... I guess we can only change the one we're in at the time. Okay. Okay. And yeah, I've been a little all over the place today, but for a very good reason. This game slaps. It is... slaps is the wrong descriptor. It is a gorgeous puzzle game that is just the right biting point of, like, Bubba is you thinking, whilst also being, I mean, as I said, beautiful, but also very personal. You know, this is the story of a girl who was accepted to university and her parents were like, nah, actually, how about no? So she is like, you know what? Fine then. Feck you guys. The manner in which she bends space-time has yet to be explained to us. But, I'm sure it'll make sense in a bit. It does, Sir Garrett. It resonates and it enthralls. And I've had to genuinely focus... genuinely focus to keep conversation going with your lovely selves. Because... it's really fucking good. And as I was saying earlier today, I'm trying to focus on playing some cute games and some lovely games this week because I've been on a bit of a horror kicker in my downtime and it's becoming very pronounced. Okay. Sorry, it was. I was finding it difficult to work out where we were supposed to be paper folding. You know. There you are. The gate's locked. No, you can't come down here. I'm not doing nothing. I swear. I've got it under control. Go back to where you came from. Oh, God blimey. What, the little wretch has locked the gate? He's always up to no good, that boy. I've got a spare key lying around here somewhere. But yeah, sorry. So that's what we've been up to at the moment. There's nothing else really news-wise going on. C222, I'm so happy to hear. C222 said they bought and finished Thank Goodness You're Here. It's so good. Alright, you got me. I was just lighting some fireworks and I started a fire and it was an accident, I swear. Sorry, kid, not my circus, not my monkeys. And you are neither my circus nor my monkeys. But yeah, oh! Found an origami flamingo. It's not pink, it's salmon, thank you very much. Although, as the internet disturbingly pointed out to me, what colour is salmon? Iridescent rainbow green? No, they're pink, like their flesh. Right, let's see how you balksed this one up. Whoa there! I've been trapped under here for days! The sweet taste of freedom! Oh no! Oh no, Evil Geek, I completely understand. But lovely to see you, and I hope you have a lovely rest of your evening. Oh, it's too soon, the fire is spreading! Oh, my firewood! What's that smell? It smells like toast. Sorry, kid. We might have started the fire festival a little early. We weren't ready to begin! The fire wasn't safe! It's already spread to the village! Don't put that on me, I'm not the little shit that started it.
As the villagers gathered round the fire to begin the festivities, the elder took me to one side.
Wait.
He leaned in and whispered that while trapped between, he'd seen unimaginable things.
I smoked this jewel and it did incredible things to my mind.
That I should be careful to prevent the same thing happening to me. The party carried on around me as I laid down to rest by the fire. Before long, the laughter of the villagers faded away.
This is very strange. Oh yeah, and Judica, I basically have everything on Steam muted unless I'm showing you lot. Which is quite funny, because sometimes if we're doing like a Steam Next Fest tour or something like that, I'll forget to remute the videos, and I too will be jump scared in my own browser. Fred, Watto and welcome. How goes it? Hello, hello.
I awoke in a dream, adrift in what felt like limbo. Is this what the elder spoke of? A familiar presence waited at the edge of the world and beckoned for me to follow.
Oh boy, I wonder who that deer
I
is.
awoke to the cool touch of raindrops on my face. It was morning, and the whole village was awake. Had they even slept?
Just standing around you while you're out cold. Don't even worry about it.
They offered some frog tea, which I sipped reluctantly.
I have the idea that the frog in Frog Tea is actually having a good time as well. Look at his little face.
With my mind still swimming from the night before, I bid them farewell. That wasn't quite the relaxing night's sleep I was hoping for.
Now that was a party! I was off my tits on frog juice! That was the biggest fire we've ever seen. Well done finding the elder. Where's he gone to now, though? Always disappearing, that man. Quite the festival! Way! Now, remember what I said? Be careful with your gift. Don't get stuck like I did. So, this is one of the things that I do love, and we see it predominantly in the indie space because it's too vague to do for large budget projects. But here's the thing. We are currently a girl who is seeking to go to university. That is her motivation. This isn't the story of a lass trying to, you know, defeat the forces of evil or anything like that. She wants to go to uni. Her parents have said no. There we go. Paper. And so now her goals are real simple. Just kind of run away from home a little bit. And make her journey out towards the city and hope her parents forgive her. Well, so Fred, that was the joke at the beginning, is that she thinks her parents are trying to keep her locked up in the family home, never a chance to be an adult, not like, nah, trying to save you. She wants to be an astrophysicist, you know, that famously good paying profession. Yes, university is a poor financial decision. For a lot of people indeed. And although one of my favourite shows of all time, People Watching, does say that, you know, value should be ascribed based on what we take away, not necessarily what we feel we have immediately financially gained. That's another story. That's another story. But what's fascinating about this is that there is a simultaneous fantasy whimsy to this and a grounded reality. Our character has a very real reason for the journey they're taking, even though it's getting to be very over the garden wall. You know, we're off to the big city, to university, but we've gone through the cave system, the swamp, now the weird autumn village, and now we're going into a fucking dungeon, I guess? Like, that last section was called Stop, Drop and Fold. Good day, you there. What brings you about? Don't touch anything. I am excavating the site. These foundations are very strangely shaped. Just blink that poor person out of existence. Oh, you know, the mechanics in this are really good. Good heavens, how did you get across here? You're passing through. Head down south, I think. My compass is acting up, so I can't be sure. See, Judica, this is where sometimes the researching video games isn't always a happy topic. So Judica was saying they were looking through their wish list, and they have an upcoming Vampire the Masquerade game on there because it's by the same devs as Still Wakes the Deep, and that game was amazing. It was. However, you're talking about Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. Originally developed by a Seattle dev team, the Hard Suit Labs. It was taken away from Hard Suit Labs by Paradox and given to the Chinese room. It was originally going to be much like the original Vampire the Masquerade game, like a Seattle open world title. This has now morphed into a very linear narrative experience, and it looks very janky. There is also some fucking weirdness going on with Paradox that I do not understand right now, as Paradox has shelved 2 projects this year. Like Life by You, the Sims competitor, that was shaping up to be like something that could actually fucking challenge, you know, EA's bizarre supremacy. They also put, was it Prison Architect 2 on hiatus as well? What's up, baby boy? You being a little terror? So yeah, I am very hopeful for that game. Okay, there we go. Oh, thank you. Sustenance. Sustenance through pizza. Thank you. I got pizza. It's loving pizza. It's real good. Okay. Yeah, so Judica, with new Masquerade, prepare for the hope for the best, but prepare yourself for the worst. Because here's the thing, like, Still Wakes the Deep was a great game. It was very authentically British. I know some of the people working on that, and I think they have observed Seattle once from a distance. There we go. Boosh. So Musa still waiting to see what they plan to do with the rest of the world as Darkness Line. So I haven't actually kept up with what's going on with the tabletop stuff. I know as an Outlaw Star has been working on a lot of that stuff, but honestly, real life's been kicking my ass so much. I haven't chatted to them since last PAX. I'm going to have to apologize to a lot of people. We were supposed to have people from the Behemoth, as in, like, Castle Crashers and all that, join us for Sea of Thieves. I asked them last PAX, and they went, sure. It has now been a whole year. Fancy seeing you again on these ancient things, Sass. I wonder what they could mean. I'll tell you, mate. By the power of Grayskull! So Fred, so far as I understand, and I can only comment on the video game side. Oh my word! Looks like we have our way out of here. That they create basically a micro-licensing agreement, similar as we've seen in other games. So, you know, things that would allow more people to do more interesting things with World of Darkness, which I'm all for, you know. One of the things that Warhammer has done so well is opening up the pit. But I'm curious to see how things are over on the tabletop side, because to my knowledge they are owned by Paradox now, right? And that's been the case for some time. Okay, so Fred was saying, who gets to work on each segment of the core World of Darkness is divvied up. Ah, see, and this is why I ask. I'll level with you, Hunter. Most people in this universe seem way too okay with how much a child is allowed to do massive damage to archaeological sites. Alright. Go for the hint mode. And I do love that they have this. Okay. Hang on, but we can't do that. Oh, we had to pull this fucking thing out first. Oh. Had the right idea, but I just wasn't bringing the thunder. Okay. There we go. Back of the net. Okay. I'm sorry, Varbles, Fred, all of you, thank you for the additional info. So, Varbles is saying that Paradox owns the tabletop stuff. They have it licensed to Renegade Games, who released a new Hunt of the Reckoning in 2022 and a Werewolf in 2023, as well as more expansions to Vampire the Masquerade 5th. Okay. How are we feeling about those? Apparently the Hunter and Werewolf editions have been pretty meh. Okay. These little... I'm starting to hate these little gremlin statues, let me tell you. This Chips challenge is my fucking witness. Oh. Nerd, nerd. Wait, hang on. Am I fucked up? I think I might have fucked it. Okay. But yeah, so jumping back. Now that I mentioned The Sims 4, is there any particular reason the game is super popular, has an expensive and copious DLC content? I mean, Varbles kind of hit... Hunter hits a little bit of the... Hits a little bit of the problem on the head with... The Sims is really expensive to make, and EA's got that... Well, it's got that EA money, right? Fuck you, puzzles! Seriously, I'm enjoying this game. Sorry. So the other thing, Judica, is EA isn't marketing to video game people with The Sims. The Sims is a mass market title. They can get away with DLC and microtransactions and all that nonsense. Because much like with sports games, the majority of people who play The Sims aren't in the sphere. Like, we cannot understate how successful The Sims is. Wait. I just solved it! Losing my fucking marbles here. Yeah. For some reason in my brain I was trying to drag it down to the door. We're back on this old chestnut. No. Now piss off. Ow. So yeah, so that's where predominantly a larger portion of this nonsense comes from. It comes from the fact that EA has a kind of a stranglehold in a very complicated kind of game to make. And here's the thing, Life by You would have challenged them. And here's the thing, before this year, Paradox closing them down, to me said, alright, there's some business fuckery going on that we don't know about. Like, someone's biffed it, right? on. Oh, wait, no, no. Okay, there we go. Man, I'm getting the rhythm of this. Yeah, there's something super weird. Like, super weird about what's going on with Paradox right now, and I don't get it. I need to do some more research into it. It could be that, like, wherever they are in the world, you know, their stock shit is hurting badly, and they're trying to do the, you know, cancel a project so you can write it off type nonsense. But I don't know. That is 1000% speculation, by the way. There we go. Sorry. This has been my curse today. This game's too fucking good. I keep making it worse. Chip's challenged. Chip would not be pleased with my performance. But something that Fred was saying is that it makes sense to someone, but not that someone is not them. And I think that's a really good way of looking at this kind of flavour of nonsense. Somebody is biffed up. Somebody is biffed up hard. So it once again begs the question, why? You know, we talk about this a lot, difference between, like, smart evil and dumb evil. And, like, sometimes teams make creative decisions that don't make sense. And you can see that there was a logic to it, and it either didn't land or it didn't succeed. Whereas cancelling a project, out and out, is done for a very specific reason. Because you don't need me to tell you, for the most part, even if a game is trash, you can still recover some of the cost. Right? And Hunter, I can't think of a time when anyone has been paid to stop making a game. I can name a gajillion times where a team got bought out to be brought internally, or post-acquisition has resulted in games not getting made. But So it was get this bugger up here, so we can fold over the entirety of that. There we go. Just missed that little piece. Because usually what happens is with, like, licensed competitors and projects like that, they just shut down. But if it's a game that you've paid for, you've commissioned, or it's a game that you are publishing, like, you've already spent the cash, you can't get that back. If only I had another pair of hands to open this door. Fucking gremlins! So I don't know what's going on over there. It's obviously being done for a reason. These things... This style of business shit does not happen just for fucking chortles. Not for chortles, not for balls. Bortles! So then that brings up the question, why? But yeah, to my knowledge, not in NDA, not in FriendDA, I have never known a dev team be approached and been given a pack of money to just stop making a game. What's more common is a team will take money for making one game and make a completely different game. Spoiler, it doesn't go well. Okay, I see that. This fucker's... Oh, he's on the slide. There we go. He's doing the old slidey slide. Okay. So we did that folding. Oh, we're going for the full-on... So then we come back over here. We're going to unfold that to grab the key. Here, come through there to open the door. But what does it get us? Look at me doing big clever think. What's up, baby boy? Can you smell pizza? Well, no pizza for you because you are very allergic. Amos has come to help us with the puzzles. Actually, Varbles, I didn't know that because, like, I started playing Vampire the Masquerade with the old green cover with the red rose on, and I don't even remember which one that is. And then it gets fuzzy because technically one of the versions wasn't actually a standalone. When they tried to do, like, the interconnected World of Darkness, question, how do I get to it? definitely the play. Sorry. Amos, you're okay, baby boy. And friends, sorry I'm so half in, half out with this conversation. Basically, if I could pull this wanker off here and actually get onto this, I'd be golden. It comes back to these fucking smiling gremlin bastards. Like in the movie, fucking Gremlins. Fucking Gremlins, fucking yeah! Fucking Gremlins, fucking yeah! Oh, hello there.
Don't dox us.
I am not gonna. Friends! And I may need one of your lovely selves to clip this so I can send it. Bear with me just a second. Yeah, I gotta not dox us super hard. Alright. Look what I just got from the Cosmic Crowbar lot. As the rest of the team is based in Barcelona, and, well, Steve went out to go see them all in Barcelona, they send me a freaking card. Greetings from the first ever Cosmic Crowbar Developers Gathering in Barcelona. From Steve. Yay! And they've all signed it. That's freaking cool. I'm sorry, I don't mean to hold it like a fishing trophy or a plaque. It's just, it's very my address on the back. Okay. Oh, now that's super lovely. I did not expect that. But, so jumping back. I mean, you all know my feelings when it comes to tabletop, in that it really is about who you're playing with. You can have the best time with the worst system, if the people slap, and you can have a shitey afternoon with what should be the best system, because that's just how people be.
Just not gonna install rivers of food. Not all of it.
You get handmade food, buddy. Yeah.
No. I'm just gonna shut this until she's done.
Yeah, he can stay in here. Alright, I'm gonna look at the cheeky instructions. Okay, so this. So where does he live? Oh wait, that looks like a... Oh, they're almost... I'm missing something here. Sorry, I'm going out of my mind. So Fred, actually we hadn't talked about the Castlevania Dead by Daylight setup. I'm so happy it's happening, and Amos, lie down, buddy. Yeah, Dracula as a hunter? Fuck yeah. It does put Dracula and God damn it, and Freddy Fazbear in the same power bracket, but, you know, it's all good. This little fucking turd here. The door is open, the way is clear, but here you are, the sliding gnome of fuckery! And you're all making really good points that I really want to talk about. Instead, I am arguing with a fucking garden gnome. There we go. I forgot the sliding tiles can be folded, the gnomes can't. Alright, we're good. We're good! My Jove, you made it through! Perhaps you can help me decipher these engravings, otherwise I fear we won't go any further.
An ancient door blocked our path forwards.
Again, this is the path to university. Turtler. Yes, so Joe Imagine back to Paradox. One thing I look up with great suspicion is the leadership shuffle they had in 2018 and 2021. Founder CEO stepped down in 18 to become board chair, replaced by replacement CEO resigned in 2021 citing strategic disagreement. Then the founder came back. Okay, so there's definitely some weirdness that we're not seeing.
Plinths shook and then slowly parted.
Now, if anything about this slightly disjointed conversation about Paradox Entertainment has
Peering
brought
into
anything,
the small opening, a sense of claustrophobia took me back.
I would say
After
that...
the incident, we were confined to the house. Mum and Dad were too worried for us to leave.
Is that...
As the hours dragged by, it felt like the walls were closing in around us. We stared longingly out the window, and I asked Oscar how he vanished. He said, if I promised not to tell, he'd show me.
Ah, and here we go. But... Sorry. How you can tell a game is a good game that Will can't hold his fucking attention span for 2 seconds. With this... discussion about Paradox, this is an important reminder that things shift and things change. The older you get, the easier it is to fall into patterns of knowledge, patterns of understanding. And one of the core tenets in like biz dev, like the money publishing businessy side of video games, was Paradox don't fuck around. They're not evil, but they are ruthless.
Our eyes adjusted to the darkness.
And that's fine.
Was this what she'd been searching for all these years? I offered to stay and help gather artifacts, but she insisted I carry on without her.
Real Hunter says, Mr. Statue is very good at his job, but his job is to be in the way a lot. Yeah, apparently he's going for a fucking raise this year. But yes, the thing used to be is that if you do a deal with Paradox, they will hold you to the letter of the contract. If you uphold your end of the bargain, you have nothing to worry about. If you try and faff, if you try and drag them out, if you try to weasel out of the deal, or if you do things that you're not supposed to be, Paradox are very, very unforgiving. So it's like, okay, that's been a known thing. So it's meant anytime they've done businessy stuff, at least it made a sense. Oh, it's a ghost, Leo! It's just a girl. Well, how did she get in the door? It's jammed shut. Yeah, how did you get in? You smash a window? We love smashing windows. Alright, so they got some... We have a new cute mechanic, which is apparently making glowing shit glow. And I do like making glowing stuff glow. But it's important that when confronted with new knowledge, that to try and like take it on board, especially if you're a, you know, an old bugger like myself in video games. The temptation to just do like you've always done. The temptation to just fall back on that old knowledge is, it's there, it's comforting. You already learned the thing, you don't need to relearn the thing. But in the same way that I hear a lot of programmers talk about how the games industry is about constantly learning new skills. Right? About how it's almost always about like evolving your knowledge. You know, you're never done learning in video games. And I don't know, I think that's pretty powerful. Sorry, I just gotta get us back up there before we start folding again. But again, the same is true in business, and this is why I can get really, really finicky about the details when we're talking about biz dev. Fred says that there are very few professions where you ever truly done learning. I guess so. I've never had a craft. Do you know what I mean? As in, like, something like... you know what I mean. Something where you're working with materials and art. Because I could say that the things that I do are my craft, and I enjoy them. And I try to learn as much as I can. And video games is great in the sense that there's always something new to be learning. It's just... With biz dev, when it changes, oh boy howdy does it change. I know I've talked about this with loads of you before. Because if, like me, you're a fan of things like The Expanse and stuff like that, you always got to be ready for the churn. And that's very much what's happening now. As Will fails to make an interesting point, whilst confused by his own nonsense. Well, actually, so Fred, from loot boxes to live service, customers observation, NFTs, pre-orders, blockchain, knowing what is and isn't, knowing what you should be paying attention to and what you should be avoiding like the plague, is hard. It still makes me so sad how many friends and homies fell for the whole get-richiest of the whole shebang. You know? I still have industry friendos that are like, hey, don't even worry about it. It's all coming together. Crypto winter's nearly done. The metaverse is just around the corner. God, the music is definitely getting to me in a good way. I guess this is why I'm getting so whimsical about it. Look, while I am failing to make this point while we are doing bountiful mischief, I guess what I'm saying is that with something like how Paradox has changed, we can't rely on the same knowledge that we had, which is a little bit scary sometimes, you know? In fact, to be fucking honest, it's massively scary. Kid keeps playing shit on his fucking ukulele or something. It keeps making me jump because I'm like, oh, I solved it. That sounds like a nice solved it puzzle problem. Yeah. Well, and so Fred, that's the... I mean, that's the madness that we're having to put up with right now. Is that there are so many peeps that if they understood that they have the ability to essentially grow games like this in a repeatable, like, actionable environment. I mean, shit. Ooh. There we go. There we go. God, this music is definitely getting to me feels-wise. Sometimes one of the things that gets me the most when we're having these discussions is when I think about how much money is being burnt through with a lot of really bad video games. That so many people's desperate insistence on trying to make the next big super thing. Apparently Max is stuck for real this time. All I gotta do. Right, there we go. Just fold his friends out of existence for a second and job's a good one. I'm free! Thanks for that, ghost lady! Let's get out of here! My friends, don't even worry about it. What do you mean they're in a pocket dimension? It went dark for a second. So they really do go to, like, the fucking Shadow Realm when we fold them. Okay. Okay. So, you know what? We're going to sit in this cute little room. Let's let's put some caps on the conversations we've been having so far. Because, alright, fuck off. I'm not dealing with you, you little fucking gremlin statue. Get fucked. Hang out in this little spot. Okay. I'm going to try and sum up the points I've been making and kind of failing. So, TLDR 1. BizDev is an ever-shifting landscape. Examining it and re-examining it is very, very important. Beware old white men who tell you how it is. Not to toot my own horn, but if you ever need a reason why you don't gotta worry with me, it's because I'm constantly re-evaluating my knowledge. Like, I now need to know why Paradox is shifting. Because they were a huge force in the games industry. They should have enough in the war chest to support Life by You and Prison Architect. 2 games that were guaranteed to sell. They might have had shaky releases, but they were gonna sell. The company's still making money off of, like, Crusader Kings, Stellaris, Europa Universalis. Like, they have these long tails, so what's going on there? Fred, that's the thing. When you start off as Will the White, there isn't really anywhere else to go. Will the Jaundice? Indeed, the problem, Hunter, is that the path to knowledge includes many seductive and insidious valleys. And it is very easy as a man in my position, a white man whose knowledge will not be challenged on a platform like Twitch, to just be like, oh, well, this is how it's always been. So yeah. Indeed, beware of white men who give easy answers to complex industry problems. And, like, sometimes the path to discussing that and admitting it is hard. Because here's the thing, before the plague, I was in a lot of good conversations. I actually could have helped your game get funding. I really could have done that. I can't do that anymore. Right? All the people I know, the contacts I had, the spaces I had have moved and shifted. How you fund your games has shifted so drastically. And now, like, it's a buyer's market and the fucking publishers know it. If you weren't there for Sea of Thieves, there was discussions about certain contracts being a 90-10 split in rev share. The publisher gets 90% of the revenue coming in, you get 10%. And I think that's after recoup, like, fuck! Like, I also understand that the current strategy isn't something that you can immediately emulate. In that, if you want to know this one secret trick to being a successful indie developer, it's keep making games. Have been making games for many years and keep rolling the dice. Exactly, Hunter. Anyone who says the answer is simple, they aren't really seeing the whole problem. The pisser is that in the sphere that we live in now, something like a complicated conversation about each problem as it comes up doesn't make for good YouTube clips or sound bites. And this kind of goes a little bit back to why the Save Games movement is so hard to talk about, because it's very easy to say wrong things loudly and quickly. It takes time and effort to explain things in detail. And that's where a lot of these complications come from. So. With the World of Darkness stuff, it's so weird because, like, World of Darkness is such a huge force in all of nerdery. Like, when you think about it, there actually aren't that many vampire franchises in nerdery. Like, Twilight never made the move from the mainstream over to nerdery, right? There are other fandoms that have spaces in this. They didn't. No one's chomping at the bit for another Blade Trinity. Despite another franchise, another thing being so ubiquitous with what you think of as nerdery, there isn't that much vampire shit. Buffy's gone. Eat farts, Joss Whedon, you ruined that shit. Like, what what is there? And they have a real command of... They have a real command of a sphere that is genuinely fascinating. The other thing being is that for those of you that are, like, proper, as in the old Magics were written tabletop nerds, you were there during the Satanic Panic. You were there when, you know, the dice were the tool of the devil. I mean, I'm what? I'll be 39... 39 in a few weeks. I'm pushing 40. But for me, D&D had already kind of come and gone, right? I shouldn't say gone. D&D never went away, but you know what I mean. It was actually kind of seen as a bit of a fuddy-duddy nerd thing to be into D&D when I was coming up. Vampire the Masquerade, that was newer. That was cool. There were live events. There was national events for this. D&D, psh, it's what your dad plays. And I understand that's complete bollocks, but the 2000s were a weird fucking time, right? Anyway. There was a time when World of Darkness was people's introduction to tabletop. And so it's something that shouldn't be underestimated. It's just Vampires never quite had its next step. At some point, friends, if you also want to torture yourself, if you also want to test yourself and your mental fortitude, we will sit down and watch Kindred the Embraced, the very short-lived Vampire the Masquerade daytime TV disaster. Oh no, so Hunter, that was also the other thing we were saying earlier on today, and Lizzie made a real good point, you know. Recording, archiving, and preserving these things as they happen, I think is very, very important. But it's also worth noting that for as long as the internet exists now, nerdery is archiving itself. Like, I don't know if you've noticed this, but there is a huge boom. Well, I mean, it's not new. There's this massive industry of people who genuinely love weird and strange games or games no longer viable, recording what made them great as best they can. We almost have gained an oral tradition of online games that is being evoked and emulated and celebrated. You know, even with my insane amount of industry knowledge of weird RPGs that no one's heard of, I have found channels on YouTube of games I didn't even know existed. I didn't know Baroque was based on a fucking Saturn roguelike. A ruthlessly brutal Saturn roguelike. Because I just thought it was a weird fucking Wii title that, alright, you got some anime nerds doing anime shit, alright, whatever. I saw it like come across my desk twice when I was working, I should say desk, the counter twice when I was working at a fucking game station. Like, we cannot preserve every game as it is and still allow... We cannot preserve every game in every state as it moves forward. We have to accept that if we're going to have player-led stories and collaborative experiences like Blaseball, for example, where the team creating it and the people playing it are kind of in weird cahoots. We can't say that you should always be able to have those, but we can celebrate them when they happen. So yeah. As, again, the Save Video Games movement is frustrating because it is very loud, very prolific individuals, not understanding how games are made, saying dumb things loudly. And their fan base, all of them who are rightly frustrated with the state of AAA online titles, not taking it out on, you know, fucking EA executives, but anyone being like, actually that's not how video games work. But that's a whole other story. We discussed that at length earlier. It feels almost dickish to discuss those while playing this, though. Look at how fucking beautiful this game is. I don't know if you've noticed, but just on this screen alone, this is a game about folded paper. That is the main mechanics. We have 3 characters, all with their own little animations. Each one has a different audio sting. Like, this guy will occasionally strum alongside the beautiful harp and harmonizing vocals, the background. We have the fire of this little guy's setup. But also, I don't know if you've noticed, the particles around whatever this ancient powered statue is also shifting. Like, the fucking detail. The background to what we're using and doing all this folding on is also this... I don't know if it's photogrammetry or just really good texture, but this solid dark wood table that we're doing this on, you know? Real Hunter says not to cause anyone any actual pain, but there are adults who don't know what Hexen is. That's very true. Hexen was an odd one. And hey, I'm never going to say don't listen to somebody because they haven't played an obscure PC game that only we know. But when it comes to commenting on what the industry should do, there are a lot of voices with very little education in the space. And hey, as we get older, it will become our job to educate these younglings on why games like Hexen matter. Like, why do we talk about Hexen, but we don't talk about... I don't know. I was going to say Rise of the Triads, but that's another story. Like... It is insane... It's insane until you think about this concept that video games are an experience medium, and there are only 2 ways to convey that. It's to play it yourself, or hear the experiences of those that lived it. And thankfully, we live in an age where there's a gajillion people, you know, like myself included, who will relish the opportunity to tell you tales. God, I've made a fucking career out of telling you stories of weird games and the people who made them. And as I said, it feels almost rude to be talking about these huge missteps and problems in the face of something that's so gorgeous. So friends, I'm going to bring our adventures to a close. And I think this is a lovely, lovely place to do it. I'm going to raid into somebody else, so please, 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 please stick around, alright? Also, tomorrow we're playing Elden Ring, which will be lovely. I've had a lot on my mind off stream, so every time we get to this point, it's really hard for me not to just gush at you and say nothing but heartfelt thank yous. But that really is what I feel right now. Like, we've talked a lot about so many spheres of the industry for the last 5.5 hours. Okay, I say we've talked. I've partially talked and then been distracted by a fucking gorgeous indie game that broke my brain with fucking gremlins! But it is a joy and a fucking honor to be able to do this, right? To be able to have these conversations and chat with you all like this. And I know that's kind of how I end all of these streams now, but it's how I feel and it's what I think about. You know? I kind of feel like I've reached this point of more, you know, the shaman around the campfire, regaling you with tales of strange lands and Ultima Onlines and terrible TV shows that everyone else forgot. Yeah. Okay, so Hunter. I have been binging a whole bunch of different stuff recently. Hey, baby boy. I recently cleared through Log Horizon. It's not the only kind of like post-humanity thing that post-civilization thing I've gone through, but it struck me. Also watched a great series called Station 13 that was very good. It struck me that the dungeon masters will be the entertainers of the future, right? Yes, we will have our Shakespearean actors, you know, we will have these human creations that will persevere long after nations and names have fallen to dust. I really believe that. It struck me that tabletop as we know it, this collaborative story, this great experience, This opportunity to be the hero, the legend, the bard, the warrior. I think that need for adventure and that need for camaraderie and experience will persevere. When the power goes off, we'll still have dice to roll, you know? I often think about what will happen if, you know, video games are entirely reliant on power. If we end up as a post-power civilization, what will happen? Well, firstly, I will make a pretty coin and fund my gin habits by telling people tales of old video games, but storytelling, collaborative storytelling will take over. I guess what I'm saying is that if you're a Doomsday Prepper, stash a lot of D20s as well. Sorry, it was just a thought that struck me. I was like, holy shit. I still remember when Baron did Street D&D with a bunch of people on a corner and won packs. God, that was good. Fucking love that. Okay. Anyway, so I'm going to roll credits, and then I will find someone lovely for us to raid into. But I just... Yeah, Hunter. If there's one thing that games and dice rolling adventures and things all have in common, it is that we will continue to dream of something better. And Cold Ankles, if you want to volunteer, I know people would be interested. In the past, I think Hindle ran a Star Wars campaign and then a Dark Heresy. We've had some West Marches campaigns and whatnot. Like, my life's going to be chaotic for a few months yet still, but who knows? Maybe the Gnome Brothers will return. Gnome Brother! Okay, maybe not the Gnome Brothers, because that was the one time I really hurt my voice streaming. But that's another story. Alright! So, off the back of that, when I say thank you to all of you, I hope you know what that means. Like, you literally threw in cash to my dumb face so I can keep doing this. And every day that I stream is a fucking joy. Thank you. Whether you were just lurking for the beautiful music in the background or being very patient with me doing about 3/4 of a conversation and then getting distracted by fucking gnomes. Thank you all. And to that end, without the following people, I don't know if we'd be still kicking ass. God. That's the only thing I'm kind of jelly of people that predominantly do this stuff for Patreon, is you can keep like a big master list of everybody. But that's another story. Anyway, whether you were gifted a sub by J-Post and the Hunters of House Carl, or whether you were celebrating a spree, I'd like to say thank you to Catastros, Night Valen, Very Doubtful Guest, Judica Forticus, Angelos, Arrow Griffin, Stephazon Caffeine, Wheeler Dealer, and C222. As you know by now, friends, if you want to keep this going, bits and donations are 1000% the best thing. So to Ereman, Catastros, Akira Zero, Very Doubtful Guest, Wolfcrad, PVS, Fearless Sun, Judica Fortis, Bacon Avenger, Vanderbeast, and J-Post, all of you, fucking thank you. Your moderator today was not just Caffeine, Liz T. Power, and also Rhymes and Moose, and our good friend and long-suffering raid bringer, Jetman J. Thank you for bringing the raid in, friend. Okay, so forgive the pause in the music while we find whoever we shall crash into next. I'll try and just go for like a quick draw on that one. See who's about. Any day now. Twitch, buddy, chum. Okay, let's try that again, shall we? Okay, let's see who we've got. Hey, here we go. Sage is back. Boosh. I'll pass you on over to Sage. They're probably very crispy after Ren Fair and are currently tottering around Dishonored 2. So, a great excuse to... Hey! Fucking timing and then some. Excuse me? Excuse me, hello? There we go, alright. Well, Spillet, it is lovely to see you and thank you. This was Paper Trail. This was absolutely gorgeous. I hope you all will add this to your... Hang on, let me get you the link very quickly before we go. I might even put this in our friends games section just so you can follow it. This game was really, really good. Just enough Baba is you to keep your brain going. Just enough gorgeous visuals to keep it smooth. Neither becoming obnoxious, despite what I said about those fucking gnomes. This has been a fucking good game. Tomorrow will be Elden Ring. Thursday we're keeping this cute train going with Bo Path of the Teal Lotus, which was also somebody who worked on this, also worked on that, so we're keeping it in the family. Should be real good. Right, friends, long shippings, and miscreants, I hope you will stick around as we can go raid into Sage. I hope whatever you do with the rest of your afternoon is fucking splendid. And I hope that you just have a fucking good one, alright? Yeah? Yeah. Okay. That is it for me. I'm still chronically bad ending shows. I'm not the Paper Lord yet, but maybe one day. Well, according to TMZ, but that's another story. Alright, you muddle hubbards. Let's go be gremlins. You've got emotes, you know what to do.